3.6% of the pilot population is African American, and far fewer than that are actually pilot instructors. And so what I do with my business is that I hire pilots who can train other pilots to become pilots, and which are called certified flight instructors. And so in New Mexico, I am only aware of about 3 or 4 Black flight instructors, and there aren't that many in the United States. And so as a Black business owner who's always looking for Black talent and working in my business, I have to think outside the box. And one of the things that I have to do in my industry is that to recruit African-American pilots who are interested in being a pilot instructor. Many pilots overall are not interested in teaching people how to fly airplanes. They want to go to Delta, Southwest, which is fine because it's a really good career. But I have to persuade African-American pilots that I know in my circle to become flight instructors. And on top of that, I have to persuade them, are you interested in working with military veterans? Because we work with military veterans. These are pilots who have flown in the military, and they have to transition to become a commercial pilot, but they have to get certain qualifications through the FAA. And so what I do and my business partner do is that we go to where the Black pilots are. There is a national organization of Black pilots, and we also go to 2 of the HBCUs. Delaware State University and Tuskegee University just recently acquired a pilot training program down in Tuskegee, Alabama. And also I partner with other aviation companies who need us to help train their pilots in specific aircraft. So my main role in my business is I train and educate pilots to get new ratings, military pilots to become commercial pilots. And so some of the things that I have to do is go to these aviation companies that have African-American pilots and actually preach like today. Because there isn't a centralized place for Black pilots who want to be flight instructors to go to. That's not a formalized institution for that. And so I'm actually helping to create that as we speak. You know, being a Black entrepreneur in a space where we are pretty much invisible most of the time, we have to create network opportunities that has never been done before. We have to be the blueprint that we want to see to attract our people to come work with us. So a huge part of my job is creating the space for Black pilots to know who we are. Also wanting them to know if they want to train in military pilots. And it just so happened that within the Black pilot world, we have a lot of our people who are military veterans. I'm an Air Force veteran. I was an aviator in the Air Force. I was not a pilot. I refuel planes in the air. I passed gas, laying on my stomach for 6 years. And so with these military connections and also working with our partners that we train to become pilots, to transition them to work with one of us and our partner, these are the things that Black entrepreneurs have to do in this space where we are almost non-existent. So I go to HBCUs, I go to the National Black Pilot Associations, I present these presentations where you are, and I always try to wear my jacket, my Senex Aviation fleece. And here in Albuquerque, I meet young brothers and sisters all the time at the cafe. Hey, are you a pilot? Yes, here I am. This is one of the ways that we have to market ourselves. And the last thing I would say about this too is that I am working with the state of New Mexico to identify us so that we can make a way out of what seems to be a no way. The WIOA Opportunity Act program is a way for people to get training through the state. Right now, there are no aviation flight schools in New Mexico that are part of that program. We expect to be the first this year to do that. And that will help cover 3/4 of the cost to get your private pilot license. So part of this is, as an entrepreneur, is that I have to be directly involved with policy in the state and work with the legislature. So thinking outside the box, working with our state policymakers, and coming to these events like here to tell you I exist, I am here, and I'm more than welcome to share what we do with you after this conversation. And I'm just very grateful to be here. And I just want to say that that pilot training is expensive, but there are ways to mitigate costs. And I I have the information and resources to help you understand how to get that. The problem is that people don't know. And so I'm here to teach you, to help you get through that process, and I'm here to stay. And thank you.
Okay, my name is Beth McMillan. I actually arrived to Miss Carla's introduction in 2000, so it'll be 25 years that I've been in the state of New Mexico. Born in Savannah, Georgia, raised in Akron, Ohio, left Columbus, Ohio to come, excuse me, and actually run the call center that was here in Rio Rancho. At one point in time, I had 600 indirect people reporting to me. So that was a lot of recruitment, that was a lot of training, and that was a lot of retention factor. And so, a little backstory here. My father was blind by the time I was 11 years old. So then I became his eyes, and I was probably driving at 13, I shouldn't have been, but that was okay. Nobody was checking. But he used to take me on different business trips because we owned rental property. And so how many of you guys remember when we used to have to paint houses? You literally had to paint houses, there was no siding. So he would go and actually negotiate contracts, but he would say to me before we would walk in, I need you to observe them. And we had a code between us when he was negotiating prices to say if they were telling the truth. So they really weren't paying any attention to me because I was this little kid and they literally were doing this in front of me. So I learned how to observe and I learned how to listen. So as far as recruitment, as far as Black owners today, this room should be filled with Black owners because this is where you can actually meet people, greet people, observe people, talk to one another, and you can start doing cross collaboration. I always talk about is the village. We always have to protect the village. The village is not only about children, the village is about our business as well. And I've shared this with Ms. Carla before. It's like, many of you know that I'm a gardener. And if you have the string beans, and if you have the onions, and I actually have the tomatoes, we were never hungry in the village because we actually co-collaborated with ourselves and we use that talent. So we need to go back to the roots of how we actually survive. And this day and time, we're gonna learn resiliency. If you don't know it, you will learn it. It's coming your way. So I would say, make sure that you're getting to events like this because you'd be surprised how you can observe other people. A lot of times going to restaurants, the servers are key. So the servers sometimes are your best recruitment because it's how they're treating people, how they're treating you, not necessarily for the tip, but how they're actually taking care of humankind. So as far as recruitment is concerned, I look at the basic knowledge and recruit from that position.
Thank you so much. And she's quite the you can't have mine, but I just got 5 jars of pickled okra from her today that I bought 2 weeks ago. So you need to make sure she does pickles and jams and everything else. But again, we're talking about how are we, yes, this is Farmer Bev right here. So we are talking today, how are we attracting? Shawanda, tell us how you can attract people to your business.
By treating the employees you have the way you would want them treated. Number one, when your business has a great reputation, people want to work for you. People want to be, when you have great benefits, when you talk about giving people rewards, not necessarily money, but just showing them that you care about them. That attracts talent. The other thing you can do is be intentional about advertising your businesses and telling people that you're there and this is an opportunity for them. A lot of people don't go into different career fields because they just don't know that it's there. And so I do believe that we have to start earlier. We have to be motivators and to be the model for kids starting in middle school, not just high school, but middle school, and tell them what path they need to take to get where they need to be and where they want to be at.
Thank you so much. And you talked about the leadership before. We are sold out, so I don't know where they are. But we are sold out. We are oversold. So I think they'll be trickling in. But we have 173 people that are registered to be here today. So we've been working real hard. Somebody dropped out, we pushed somebody else in, and we did it even as late as last night. And so we had some more people come in today, so hopefully it will be full. Next question, recruitment and in hiring. Beyond traditional hiring practices, how can organizations ensure an equitable recruitment process that mitigates biases and fosters a truly diverse applicant pool? Ms. Beverly.
Recruitment can be really interesting because it's changing. Right now, I believe we have about 5 generations in the workplace. So we have to look at it from a multi-generational component, and that's the DEI that's in there, as well as the age, is the sex, is the gender. So you look at all recruitment across the planet. It's a little bit different, so we don't, not necessarily having a job fair. Job fairs are okay, but like I said, you have to go to places like this and do recruitment. How many of you guys brought your business cards today? Okay, make sure if you even run out of cards, keep the one and have them take a photo of it, or you take a photo of their card and then put a little note, because you're gonna get a lot of photos. I used to take that card, flip it around, and actually write myself a note as why I needed to talk to this person. So the recruitment can be multifaceted as far as getting talent in, and just because that person doesn't look like you, that's okay. Bring that person in, because sometimes that talent, and we need to hear from other people. My co-panel lead here, you just said, let's get down into the schools. Let's begin to train. Let's begin to understand, because those kids can teach us a lot of different things.
Mr. Wanda.
So as far as being creative with your recruitment, sometimes you have to be intentional. Working with DBR, we work with businesses so that you may hire individuals with disabilities. And you also learn the perks of hiring people with disabilities. So sometimes you have to be intentional with your recruiting, meaning I go to the HBCUs, I go to the local colleges, I go to the churches, I find connections. Sometimes you find your best talent by thinking outside of the box. Not necessarily that they don't do newspaper advertisements for jobs anymore. I hate it myself, but not Indeed or any other job board, but you want to go out in your communities if you want your businesses to have a variety of faces of talent. Then you have to go out there and go get it and be intentional about it.
Thank you, Dr. Duffy.
That is so true. When I started my business in Albuquerque years ago, I was intentional about hiring people with disabilities because my sister is disabled. I remember her going through programs like that. And so when I moved here, one of the first things I did was contact the Take It Back to Work program. And I hired people who were on disability, Social Security, and some of them had not worked in years. And even now, with my flight school, 30% of my employees are disabled. And what is really disheartening about the disability community in particular, many employers do not want to hire people with disabilities here. there is an underlying discrimination that is unseen and is really kind of vicious. And I say that because with the people that we have hired in my business here, they are very grateful that we even asked them to work with us because they have been told they couldn't work because they can't work full time. And they will not work with them because they cannot work beyond some of hours to maintain the Social Security payments per month. And it's just really disheartening that there's a lack of compassion around that issue. And the second piece to this is that I absolutely love CNM, Central New Mexico Community Colleges. They have worked with me with my small business for years. They have awesome internship programs for small business owners to tap into. They are a blessing in disguise. If you haven't worked with CNM to hire some talent, young people who want to use what they learn in the classroom and come work with you, please contact CNM. Brendan Kennedy, I'm gonna bring that man's name, Brendan Kennedy at CNM. I recently hired a digital media intern there, and he's helping me produce some videos to promote my military transition program. And it's just really awesome to have young college students work with you because they know things I don't even know. They have ideas that I never thought about. They blow my mind every day I go to work. I'm always excited to work with the CNM students. And then as an older person, you know, they enjoy mentorship. You know, my business partner told me to do a lot of teaching in the classroom. Well, I said, that's what I used to do. I was a teacher in my former life. But take advantage of the opportunities with CNM and other colleges here, universities that work with entrepreneurs to attract talent and to hire. I actually hired a few interns from CNM years ago permanently when they finished their internship because the work they did produced so much profit and revenue that I did not expect that I was able to afford to hire some of them full time. You just never know. And then the last thing I would say is that when it comes to hiring and recruitment and so forth, you got to put yourself out there. Think outside the box. Coming to these kinds of events and working with your Chamber of Commerce. And also, I just really want to put a plug in for CNM again. That is an awesome institution. I think it's an untapped resource that many entrepreneurs don't know about, but don't look into. And if you have questions about it, you can ask me. I'm like the poster child for business owners to go to CNM to get some interns. They are incredible, they're talented, educated. And then the last thing I would say is that I'll offer discovery flights for our people. You know, Discovery Flights is offering a free flight on one of my planes with my instructors for about 30 to 45 minutes. That is a good way to have Black kids come to my company, and quite a few have come. They have never flown an airplane on a Cessna before. That's a really big deal for a lot of our people to have access to that I have that. And I just had a thing about this being Black on purpose as much as possible when I see us. Come to my office, I'll take you out on the plane, we'll take you out for 30, 45 minutes. And the excitement that the young people have about flying an airplane and seeing that the person that owns it looks like them. And one of the instructors, or two of them, are African American. And so I think that offering discovery flights and having people come to your business to experience what they have not done before is just an incredible experience for recruitment and hiring.
Thank you. And CNM does a good job, but also UNM does as well.
They do too.
And so I'm going to put in a plug because our UNM intern is sitting right here, Solomon, and he starts on Monday. We started a new program called the New Mexico Chapter of Blacks in Technology. And Solomon and Jordan are going to head that up and do some more things. And so the UNM program is a wonderful program as well, as long as they are a student at UNM carrying at least 6 hours and they don't have a bad debt with the bursar's office, you can hire them. So when it came up with Solomon, I said, here's the resume, this is who we want, we do all of the paperwork, they do the paperwork, and Solomon is now an intern at the Black Chamber, and we have 2 more coming in next week. We had 2 others last time, so use those resources. We talked about attracting, we talked about recruiting and hiring, but you know what the big thing is? How do you keep them? How do you retain the employees? Because you see a massive turnover rate. We'll start with you, Shawanda. How do you retain employees, and then also talk about advancement? What key policies, what mentorship opportunities, and leadership pipelines can be developed to retain Black and other employees and support the professional growth within an organization?
Mentorship. Guidance is key. A lot of times in our communities, we did not grow up in a professional space. A lot of times, like my mom was a cook for years in food services, in little clubs and things of that nature. My aunts did housekeeping. So I did not grow up in a professional space, but I was lucky enough that I had other people in my life that taught me those skills that I needed to be out there and to be successful. So I think mentorship is a big thing. Also, and I said this before, incentives, but not financial incentives. Training goes a long way. If you offer your employees training opportunities, especially training opportunities that they can use outside of work, they are more appreciative of being there. And the other thing is to feel wanted. If an employee feels like they are wanted in a space, they're more likely to stay in that space. Most people leave an opportunity, even if they go to a place that offers less money, it's because they'll be happy there. So if you keep your employee happy where they are, then they won't leave and you'll be able to keep them.
So very true, and also know that you may not have somebody else that looks like you. And so you have to take into consideration what it is that they may have a different view because they grew up a little bit different than you. Ms. Beverly.
It's about, I am having mic challenges today. It's about being included. So I'm going to give a shout out to the city of Albuquerque because I just went by a table and they have language access cards. So that's about being included. I know for a fact, and Ms. Nicole, correct me, Highland High School has 19 languages in that school. So when you're talking about bringing programs or recruiting or making sure that they have access. So one of my things that I used to do as a tool, I would do what was called round tables with associates. Get them off the phone, tell me what's going on, and let me know. And hearing their voices so they can be included. They would give us different ideas. They would let us know. And I was treating them like they wanted to be treated. So that's the other thing. It's one thing how I want to be treated, but I have to listen to them and see how they would like being treated as well. So when you include them in the decision making, because one of the things I did when I first got to Victoria's Secret down here, I took away the suggestion box because it used to be filled with complaints. And I told people, don't put it in the box because maybe I won't be able to see it. So if the faucet is broken in the women's restroom, the third one, so I won't know it until somebody goes and opens that box. Come and find the person, tell them and know about them that they care. Also, I would do first thing in the morning management by walking around. I would walk around in that center, and it was 75,000 square feet, and I could tell you exactly what was going on. I knew when coupon codes weren't working, I knew if the system was slow, I knew if there was something broken. It was just walking around. And I would go around and look at the supervisor's desk and read the memos and actually see how they were communicating to their folks. And sometimes I would pull the memos down and say, tell me what this says again, because I don't understand it. I'm reading here and I don't know what you want the person to do. And then when they reread it, they said, oh, so you have to understand what's going on in your business and the pulse point. And as far as that virtual step, United Way has a program that can take care of that virtual step. So connect with me.
I'll let them come fix our two mics up here. I don't do all of the technical stuff, but that's why we hire interns and people like that that can fix all of this stuff for you immediately. And I stay in my lane. Thank you so much. And see, this is what happens when you have these conversations. She let us know that United Way has a program. So if we have, thank you. So if we have students that have an issue with the bursar's office, now I know I can go to United Way and say, hey, look, I need some help here. Let's help get it done. So that's the importance of these, Dr. Duffy.
There are two things that I have learned that employees really want from their employers: to be seen and to be heard. I know that I had desired that too, working with someone else. And the seen part of this is praise and affirmation. And in a tangible way, I remember the first time that I won a writing contest in high school. It was the first time that I had won anything. I was praised for doing something really good after having a lot of negative comments about me. And that moment really put an imprint on me. I never forgot hearing my name as the first place winner on the PA announcement in my high school, that I won first place for this short writing contest, short story writing contest. And so what I have done with my team, with my company, is I praise my team all the time, even the little things, And one of the things that and also collectively, last year I put in for an award for our chief pilot, because of the work that he has done. Has been really good with the Afghanistan Air Force pilots who are refugees here. And I put his name in for a national award through the National Air Transportation Association. Did not tell him, and I didn't think he would probably win. It was a national competition, but he won. The email came, and they forwarded it to me as well. He was shocked. And he got to go to Tennessee, Nashville, Tennessee, to get his award. It's a big, huge plaque. It's the first time that he was recognized in any kind of way like that. And also with our dispatcher and so forth, I just really give people praise, and I do it in a very interesting way, very creative ways. And I just think that you have to let people know they're doing a great job, even the most minute things. Like the fact that this mechanic that works with me, he was able to fix something that was very complicated on an airplane. But because he fixed it, it did not delay a student being here for 4 more days. It saved him money and time. He got back home so he can do his job. So I think that praise and giving people praise on a regular basis and appreciating them. And the second thing is to be heard is this. And this is something that I've learned through previous bosses of mine. My employees evaluate my performance. my employees evaluate my performance. I give my employees the opportunity to write about what it is that they have seen that they find positive about working with them, and also things that they find challenging with my leadership style. And I take that information and to even do that with my employees, they've never done that before because they're very intimidated with who the CEO is. So even before I begin that, I have conversations that are open-ended, shared. I create the space for vulnerability, that what you say is safe here. So I intentionally create an emotionally safe space and for them to do that kind of thing. When I read their feedback about me every quarter, I actually use what they say verbatim in the ways that I'm going to make some changes in how I respond to them. Also, with the needs that they have, and I put it in a report, and I put what they say in quotation so they know that this is verbatim. It's all anonymous. And I actually create my quarterly plan based on their feedback about my performance. So I desire to create a company culture where I am accountable to my employees because they're accountable to me. So I create a relationship of reciprocity. I think that's very important. There's all these different DEI metrics that I've worked with over the years, but I find that when employers and leadership actually have employees hold themselves accountable in a real concrete way, that really makes a difference because there's a shared corporate responsibility, a shared cultural identity that is being created because I'm not perfect. And it's really good for them to see that I acknowledge my imperfections and that I am also a work in progress, just like they are. And I don't have all the answers. They are the experts in their fields, and I go to them to get recommendations. I make it very clear. I may be the CEO, but I am not the CEO of everything in this company. And so I really value their expertise, and I call them experts. You are the expert. What do you recommend? And so I just say that to be seen and to be heard is for me, has been a very effective tool for retention in my company.
Thank you, and that's so crucial, and it's even more crucial when you're dealing with volunteers. And how do you get the volunteers to stay and be encouraged? We have some more prepared questions, but I want to take the time, if there's somebody here in the audience, if you have a question for our esteemed panel, does anybody here have a question? Yes, ma'am, let me give you the microphone.
Hello, my name is Marissa Corley. I've got a question with regard to retaining and bridging skill gaps with the 5 generations that are in the workforce. Have you found, have you been able to navigate through that, having, let's say, an older generation with the younger generation, some types of digital, let's say, technology? How is it that you're bridging that gap and utilizing your workforce to assist with that?
Can you hear me now? That's a good question. One of the things that I have done before, I set them up in committees together. So there's a lot of cross-pollination that can go on there. So if we are doing a project or if there's an event coming up, I co-match them. So you might have someone that has a language access barrier, not to someone that doesn't. Or you may have like a Gen X versus a boomer. You match those two individuals up. So when you actually collectively reach out to them so they can learn from each other in their skill sets, that's an old tool in a toolbox that you can actually use. So the cross collaboration and convening, connecting, collaborating, and convening are the 3 keys. So it's the CCC, connecting, collaborating, and convening.
Thank you. Any other questions? Because this session is all about you all and how we can help you be better business owners and partners. Anybody else have a question? We do have some more prepared questions, but if anybody needs some help with something, no? Okay, I'm gonna go back to my prepared questions. So no other questions for our panel? Everything is going well with
Thank you. The gentleman with the aviation school. In attracting younger clientele, trainers, do you use advertisements that look like them?
You talking about,
Do you use advertisements that look like them? So when you're out recruiting and hiring, do you include the population that you're trying to hire and retain?
yes. As a matter of fact, my website is all Black folks. And I'm glad you asked that question too, because one of the challenges that Black business owners have when it comes to website development is that we're often encouraged not to include our images on websites. And that is a very interesting, sometimes tense conversation with our consultants who we hire to do our website development. And so I remember a few years ago when I did my Sunnex Aviation website, and I wanted to have African American images and pilots and so forth on my website. The pushback from my consultants was very interesting. In the end, I got what I wanted because I paid because I'm paying for the service. And so, and also too, this the second part of that is that when we have people go to our website, even the Black folks are shocked that there are Black people on the website. It's like on every page. And I never thought that would be such a big deal. It was a big deal for me, but how an issue it is for the website development community to even question the idea that, well, how come you don't want to have more white faces on your website? Because they never ask Black business owners, why don't you have non-white people on your website? Well, we get asked this question often. I'm sure other Black entrepreneurs can relate to this, the audacity to ask the question of why we want to. Then also in our marketing campaign, we also do that as well. And currently we have an Afghanistan program. So we also, in 2021, when the US pulled out of Afghanistan, many of them came as refugees. And some of them were trained pilots by the US Air Force. And we have created marketing materials for that population to recruit for that program. And it's always a sensitive issue for me, coming from predominantly white high schools and universities. I was a seminarian in the Catholic Church. I was a Jesuit, one of the few Black men in the Jesuit order in the United States, just one of 22 out of 4,000 in the US. So this issue is always before me. And you have to have a lot of perseverance and also you have to have the wherewithal to be Black on purpose like this. And you have to stand solid on that. And the only reason why I can do what I do is because of my mother. I was raised by a single Black woman who took no mess. And she always told me that wherever you go, you have to be Black on purpose. She told me that when I was a young kid, and you're gonna have your challenges. But you always wanna find people that support you. And so, yes, to answer your question, that was a long answer. My website is mostly Black folks. My materials are mostly us. With my Afghan program, they're Afghan, they're Muslim, and they have their challenges now with DEI as well. And we also train veterans. And so we have veterans in our marketing materials. And there's a lot of prejudice against veterans who are trying to become commercial airline pilots once they leave the military. So I'm getting on many different fronts. But yeah, that's.
Thank you.
The proof's in the pudding.
Any other questions before we go back to some of them? You guys are all doing well in your businesses, huh?
Okay, so what would you guys say to, we started our business 20 years ago, we've been in business 20 years now. And we're having a commercial done in Comcast. And I was kind of skeptical about, they put a commercial together and showed us. And I didn't want to have too many like black faces in the commercial, just because of being out here in New Mexico with I think 2% black out here. And I heard customers say before, when I got to their homes and they realized the owner is a black guy, you know, it kind of messes with me a little bit. So I try to keep the commercial with not a lot of our faces on there, just because I don't want to detract from other people. So how would you guys can say something about that field space?
And I'll give them a chance, but one of the things I did at the chamber as well, when I came in, I said, we speak diversity, we have to practice diversity. And so my board is a diverse group of people, because you're gonna get all of the different things. So while I target the black population, I help others that are underserved, underengaged, and under-resourced, and my board is a mixture of board, and so I agree that you have to do it all, and you have to be real careful, because as what he said, you have some people that will say, hey, look, this is a black company, I am not gonna hire them, I'm gonna look for the next one. And those are things that really do happen. Yes, Miss Beverly.
Okay, I'm gonna put on my Victoria's Secret hat here for a second. And as you guys can remember, I actually was with Victoria's Secret for over 27 years. And I saw the evolution because we began to get feedback as why do the models always have to be Caucasian? And so we had to listen to that because there was an entire group of different multicultural individuals saying, we're not gonna shop with you. So that's a different wheelhouse, it's a larger, but we began to integrate different clientele. And when we actually went to Japan in the early 90s, and I still have the catalog, we actually had a kanji print catalog. So we actually did the language access. Sometimes you just have to bite the bullet, and just if your budget can allow, you do multiple ads. That's what I would say. If you have the flexibility and the bandwidth, do multiple ads. But sometimes you have to take that stand and say who you are, because we will always be pushed back. Nobody's going to bring us towards the forefront. But we had to listen to that feedback some years ago, and this was in the early 2000s, individuals who were buying clothing and bras and panties from us, that's what they actually said. We need to look at this a little bit differently. Or you're going to lose that client. So there's always going to be a fallout. Well, they probably weren't going to be true to you based on your product anyway. So if your product is still strong and you're the best in the city, you will remain the best in the city.
Hi, my name is Anthony Williams. A follow-up question for anyone on the panel would be, when looking into first starting your small business or first starting with your company, what mindset did you have when you first performed your initial hire? The first person you hired on your team, whether it was one or two or three, what was your mindset in approaching that? How did you go about training that person, being a new company? And to make the question longer, how did your mindset change once you had a larger team of maybe 15 or 20 people and you were approaching new hires?
Anybody on the panel?
I don't own the company, but what I do is I train people. And so, and I also used to be a federal investigator with the EEOC. So when you're doing your hiring, and this is something that I would tell to anybody, make sure that number one, when you're hiring, ask the same questions. Ask the same question to every candidate. That way, you can ask follow-up questions that may be different, but nobody can say they were treated any differently. Look at the qualifications. Look at the qualifications. Make your decisions based upon facts. And sometimes, if there's something there that gives you that feeling that, hey, I see this in this person, make sure you document it. You would never go wrong or never have any problems if you document what you did. And that way, in your hiring, you are intentional, it's fair, you won't have any issues legally.
Did that answer your question, sir? Yes. Okay. All right, I'm going to ask one final question to the panel, and then we're going to go with some door prizes. So here, and so everybody that's outside needs to come in because you have to be in here to win. The last question to our board is, how do you create an inclusive workforce culture? How can companies foster a work environment where all employees feel valued, empowered, and have equal access to leadership opportunities, particularly our Black employees?
I would say make sure you understand who is your audience. So it's just like you have an external customer, but you also have an internal customer as well. So do you understand the needs of your internal customer, which are your employees? As I stated before, I used to look at roundtables. I used to talk about what things needed to be done. So coming out here from Ohio, if we were doing celebration, Ohio was about pizza parties all the time. I would have to call the main office and I said, that's not going to work out here. I need fajitas and bizcochitos. So it became a piece that I would always have to call a Midwest company and said, I have to do things differently out here. And one thing about Victoria's Secret, I worked there for 27 years. Limited Brands was a core company. It was one of the best organizations that I worked for. Leslie Wexner, he was a person that said if he showed up to town, he actually gave back to town. He just didn't come to take the tax incentives. So I was already with an inclusive organization and understanding, and they heard me. I was like, we are not going to order pizza today. I have to go find somebody to do tamales or fajitas for me, and this is not going to work. Or cookie day, as it was called, bizcochitos. So understanding who your audience is and making sure that they're always being included. Like I just called out the city of Albuquerque with your actually language access cards. Continue to do that because that person feels welcome. Your constituents will feel welcome. Understanding that they understand that they feel welcome and being included. And not do as I say, do as they wish you have them to be. And the other thing I'm going to leave you with is, make sure you walk the talk. You can put on paper and you can have your values, we can have our mission statement, we can have our vision statement, but are we living that? Because it's not what you're saying, it's what you're actually doing and demonstrating. So I like the fact that you do the 360 evaluation for yourself because you hear it, but that's actually walking the talk because it's not always feedback because you know what, leaders get it wrong too. We are not infallible, and we need to, I learned how to say, I am so sorry. That was not my intention. Once you say that, that drops that level down of emotion by 50%. I can tell you that all the time. What can I do to make this better? How can I be heard? And we would have to go look at this. So always walk that talk.
They can't hear you if you're not walking the talk. They can't hear you. Do either of you have anything to that?
That was eloquent.
Okay.
I have nothing to say to that.
All right, so what I want to do right now is I want to give each of the panelists a minute to just sum up anything that they want to say. Maybe we didn't ask the question, something that you thought of. So if each one of you will just give me like a 1 minute summary, and then we're going to turn it back over into the hands of our MCs. So if you will, please give me a summary.
So the summary of this as well, because I thought of this as I was speaking, make sure that you're going out and joining boards, you're being a part of the community, because that's how you can recruit talent, because you'll go someplace else. Learn board training. I think you used to have a class, Carla, of board training at one point in time. Learn how to be on boards developed, and you will get different entities of board training. And making sure that you're getting out here, like I said, trade those cards. Go and talk to everybody in the room today. You'd be surprised what you learn.
Thank you. So very, very important. And when you're out in the community, then you're going to gather more information. You develop those relationships, and from those relationships is how you will meet other people you can recruit, attract, and retain. Final comments, Dr. Duffy.
I would say that as a business owner, don't be too hard on yourself. Be gentle. Connect with other Black entrepreneurs in Albuquerque and become friends and have dinner together and share ideas. You know, when I first moved here years ago, I had wine tasting events at my office, and I invited all of my friends over, and including my Black entrepreneur friends, over wine and food, and we talked about business while having a good time. So build your community. If you can't find it in your industry, there's not a lot of you there, build it for yourself right here locally, and it's going to be a really great experience.
Thank you.
Use your resources. There are a lot of free, at no cost resources that you can use to attract a diverse workforce. So use your resources, such as DDR. We give free training. We tell you about tax credits, small business association. It's lots of free resources out there. Use them and be intentional in your recruitment. If people don't know, they won't apply. Sometimes you have to go where they are, and you have to be intentional in your recruitment.
Thank you. Let's thank our panel. I want the MCs to come up. You will see them around today. Maybe you didn't want to ask a question in the big group. Seek them out and ask them specific questions. Thank you all so much. I appreciate it. And just so you all know, we don't ask any of our speakers to do anything and not provide a little stipend to them. So we offer a small, each of our presenters
capacities within the New Mexico state government. Prior to his role in OAAA, Office of African American Affairs, he worked to improve the quality of life for children in New Mexico at Children, Youth, and Families Department, CYFD. Rita holds a bachelor and master's degree in social work from New Mexico Highlands University and a master's in business administration from the University of Phoenix. In his current role, Charles Rito is dedicated to advocating for and supporting the African American community in New Mexico, focusing on issues such as economic development, education, health, and political engagement. At this time, can we welcome Mr. Charles Rito and the panelists at this time?
Thank you, Beverly. It's always a challenge to have to come after Beverly, regardless to what her speech might be or what she's presenting to you, because she has big shoes. So again, how's everybody doing? I realize it's early, so thank you for being here. Thank you for participating. So this is actually a good segment, if you would, from the first, when you were talking about recruiting and business owners and whatnot. So now that you are a business owner or a potential entrepreneur, there are many, many different foundations or organizations, whether they be government organizations, and that includes city or state, or profit and nonprofit organizations that all have an opportunity for you to become a vendor or a supplier for those organizations. So I have represented here behind me or beside me 4 different panelists that could speak to either one of those or probably several of those different organizations. And we have questions for them that I'm sure that they'll be able to address or give you some idea, point you in the right direction as to what that might look like for you, regardless of which level you're looking at.
We'll start the clock for my timer.
No, she didn't say that. So, my first question to the panelist is, how does an organization or a business become a vendor or supplier for the state of New Mexico or your organization?
Oh, that sounds like my question. And I'll preface, because the title of the panel is Doing Business with Foundation Businesses and Large Institutions. So up here you have a number of government officials. So we're more expertise on the side of what does it mean to work with government. But in a different life, I wear another hat as an Empower board member for the Santa Fe Community Foundation for the Empower Black Futures Community Fund. So I'll do my best to kind of throw in a little bit of information in terms of foundation and philanthropy from experience as well. When it comes to working with the state, there's probably 46 state agencies plus a ton of other programs, including amazing offices like the Office of African American Affairs and our General Services Division, or GSD, because state government loves acronyms. General Services Division is our main state agency that runs procurement. So on their website, there is a supplier and vendor portal where you can enter your information for your business to kind of get yourself in that system. But the way that state contracting actually works depends on the agency. So if you were going to work with Charles' office, OAAA, or our offices with EDD and creative industries, sometimes we go through the main supplier list. Most of the times, folks who are going through General Services Division are looking at large form requests for proposals, or RFP. So most of that will go through that process. If you're working with Department of Transportation, for example, a lot of that goes through GSD. But individual state departments also do a lot of their own independent contracting for contract amounts that are $60,000 and under. And when it comes to contracts that are that size, between 0 and 5,000 and 5,000 to 60,000, oftentimes you're actually going to work directly with the agency, and they'll take a W-9 from you and process it through our Department of Finance and Administration. Contracting with the state is great once you get past the supplier and vendor supply setup portion of the process. It is probably the most difficult piece of the process. And once you get the contract, that's a lot easier, but just getting set up can often take anywhere from 2 weeks to 6 weeks, and even longer if they're kind of trying to input a lot of new suppliers and vendors, so especially when it comes to grants and contracts. But for the state, there's an online service through General Services Division, and then sometimes it depends on the agency that you're working with. And oftentimes I encourage entrepreneurs to come with a proposal of their services and a scope and a price, and directly approach the agency that you're looking to partner with to offer training or provide some sort of service or program or product, and work with them directly to see what their needs are. And oftentimes you can work directly with the agency, and it's usually for much bigger requests for proposals and things that will go through the General Services Division.
And for the city, there are different processes to actually work with the city. Excuse me. When it comes to the procurement process, I can send you the information. We do have different links and information that will allow you to sign your business up, become a vendor, and go through the entire process. So those resources are there. But as an entrepreneur, the one thing that I would ask is, what are your intentions wanting to work with the city? Why, right? Because as an entrepreneur, this is just me, I'm after the check as soon as possible, right? So if I'm looking at money generating opportunities and how soon can I generate the funds that I need, well then going through the city, yes, it's great. It sounds like it's a home run, right? Go to the city, the opportunity's there. I understand that, and that's great. But if you are an entrepreneur and you're looking for a check and you want to reduce the time frame between you providing the product or service and getting the check, I'm simply saying, is there another route that you can take while everything is processing through the procurement process and everything else that you're trying to get through the city? So are there routes? Absolutely. I can provide that type of information, but as a business owner, I would like you to understand why you want to take that route. Is that route best for your business at that time, or is it best now and to also pursue other avenues? So we do have different opportunities for people and businesses to actually go through our procurement process. I can get that information to you, but again, I just want you to really think about, okay, why do I want to take this route? And then how long is the process going to be? Because if you're a business owner, then we have to start figuring out, right, overhead and everything else that we have to pay for, and how long will it take before I do the service and then them to pay it out, okay? And that's just facts, okay?
So one thing that Shawnee said earlier, and I know everybody heard it, and it was, she mentioned the term W-9. A W-9 is simply an IRS form that's actually, at least for the state, it's kind of like the first process for the registration for the state. And the W-9, actually, it collects demographic information. It collects your employer ID number, depending on how you are going to register with at least the state. You could elect to use your name versus your business name. And if you're using your name, you would be required to use your social security number, which a lot of people aren't really, tickle pink about doing that. But if you are a business, you should have a, probably get the acronyms wrong, but an employer ID number, either or, depending on how you want to follow your W-9. But what we would tell you state-wise is that usually what you want to use is what you would put on the form would be very similar to how you would file your taxes. And then once you do that W-9, again, I'm speaking for the state, I don't know if it's similar to the city, is that you have an option to get what I refer to as a live check when you take to the bank, or you could have it, I want to say it's HCA, which is the equivalent to a direct deposit. For the state, it takes a few more steps because you would need to, depending on which agency you work with, you would need to send us a blank voided check that has all the bank routing information on it. But some agencies will accept routing information from the bank. So it really depends on what agency that you're dealing with at the time. But that's what a W-9 looks like. So let's hear from Ms. Rogers, see what she can add to all of this exciting news.
Sure. So I'm going to come from a little bit of a different perspective because Mr. Jackson handles kind of the traditional routes. But I'm learning a lot as a city councilor. And I want to share some things with our people that we don't get told about funding in government agencies. So Mr. Jackson's exactly right. It is not easy to do business with the city of Albuquerque. Let's just say that. How many of you have done business, had a contract with the city of Albuquerque? Anybody? Anybody? Yeah. Yeah, they're like, they're going like this. Like, I don't know what to say. Because it's a lot. It is a lot. If you are lucky enough to go through the RFP process and get chosen, then you get in through that route. But there's another route they don't tell you about, through your elected officials. Right now, the city of Albuquerque is going through our budget process. We just started our first, we were there till 12 o'clock in the morning, literally going through our capital budget. Now, you can appeal directly to your city councilor where your business is located or where your home is located. Right now, you can get meetings and say, I would like you to support my business. I would say, come with a one-pager, because we get a lot of requests, and I only have 2 requests from the Black community, which is why I'm here to say, come on, y'all, right? But we don't know. They don't tell us these things, right? So you can just make a one-pager. What is your business about? What is it what service can you provide with your business to the city of Albuquerque? Why is your business unique and why does the city need to support it? And what is your dollar amount ask for your, and again, the city has a $1.7 billion budget. Right, $1.7 billion, right? So you can directly appeal to your elected officials. Right now, the legislature, same thing. Your senators and your representatives have capital dollars. Capital dollars can be spent on tangible goods for businesses, roofs, machines, things like that. Capital spending is another avenue for funding that a lot of businesses, especially Black-owned businesses, don't get access to. Right? So you can absolutely appeal, get your one-pager together. That's back to the marketing, right? That's marketing, right? That's a one-pager you can take around, you can go up to the legislature. What I would do is get the online website of what the legislators look like so you know who you're walking past in the hallway. Literally, I just took 25 people from my district and we did this. I gave them a handout that had all the pictures of who we were looking for, where their offices are located, and sent them out to go bring back more capital money for my district, right? So I'd say that again, appeal to your city councilors right now. Who knows how many of you know what district you are a part of, your business or your home? 1 or 2? Yeah. So just go to CABQ, just Google CABQ, find my counselor. You can enter your address. Same, find my representative for the state, enter your address, and it'll show you pictures and contact information for who your reps or senators or city councilors are. Because you can go directly to us. I mean, you should see the amount of white orgs that are coming out everywhere asking me for funding, even if they're not in my district, right? Because it's a service that the city needs to provide, and that's another way that you can access funding. And what's great about a counselor directing that funding to you, it doesn't have to go through all that other mess. It doesn't. And the administration can't say no, right? It's something we put in legislation that gets passed. He could try to make it try, but I watch my money and I make sure it gets to where it needs to go. And I'll just be real, for Black orgs in the city of Albuquerque, it's rough. I see a pattern for my orgs. I'm watching our contracts and are they getting executed? Just an example, Black Chamber of Albuquerque. This is economic development at the city. They have had a long-standing contract with the city, but still for FY25, we're almost at the end of it and still don't have a signed contract. That is a problem. And that is something I'm speaking about vocally in our council meetings to make sure and I see that pattern we have 5 of our orgs that got money that still do not have a contract. which is problematic. And I will continue to scream about it until they get it right. Because guess what? The Hispano Chamber, they got their contract real quick. And their contract is much more intense, right? Many more millions of dollars than we're giving the chamber with their little $60,000. And they can get that one done real quick. So I'll stop there because I can go on and on. But appeal to your local elected officials because they have money that they can give you, and they should outside of this whole process because it is hard for us to go through that process and get selected.
Kimberly, same question.
Okay, so I'm gonna stand up so you guys can hear me. So I'm coming from a different perspective as well. My name is Kimberly Logan, and I also recently relocated from Columbus, Ohio 4 months ago. I am a WIOA business consultant. So that stands for the Workforce. Can you hear me? Okay, that stands for Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. And what it is that it is an incentivized funding program for local businesses where we incentivize you to expand your workforce. So there aren't any real requirements to get this funding. The fact that you are a business entity and that you are a taxpayer, these are your monies. The money is yours. So essentially, just to give you a quick background on what we do and what I can do for you, I'm here to partner with you. When you are looking to hire skilled talent, when you are looking to promote your current talent or to expand the training of your current staff, I can in turn reimburse you 50% of those wages for up to 6 months, completely free of charge. As long as you have an FIEIN number and you are current with your unemployment taxes, and I can verify a few other minor things, there is money that is available to you to expand your company. And I am that person. I am a daughter, a granddaughter, and a niece of black business owners. I grew up personally with people who are entrepreneurs, and I know the struggles. And so when I moved here and I moved into this position, I knew that I wanted to assist other minority-owned businesses. And it was just like a voila moment for me because I have a budget and I'm here to spend the money on you, but you don't even know that the money is there. But as a taxpayer, you've been paying into it. And so I'm here and we are here through the America's Job Centers, which is a division of the Workforce Development Division for New Mexico. And if you are looking to create skilled talent within your workforce and allow us to partner with us to measure that, and measure that how you are contributing to New Mexico's workforce percentages and putting people back to work, then the money is available to you. And like I said, if you hire someone into a position and it is an in-demand position or within a demand industry, which is a very vague term, let me just tell you, it's vague. As long as we can measure that you are hiring and promoting local talent and you partner with me, I will pay half of their wages to you monthly for up to 6 months. So I'm here to let you know that there's no requirement. You are already qualified. All you have to do is get in touch with a person like myself or a member of my team. And there are other programs as well. We also pay for internships. Like we will pay interns to come work for you. We will help you develop a apprenticeship program. We will, when you send your people for customized trainings which are certificated trainings, which give them transferable skills, and I can verify that and I can measure it. In the end, I'm the one that decides if I'm going to give you the money or not. There's not a lot of red tape. It's up to me. I say yes or no. So I'm here to let you guys know that there is a lot of money out here. And as far as the administration goes, even though it is federal funding, we are part of the getting people back to work. So as people, and this program has been around for a very long time through both sides of the administration, left-leaning and right-leaning. So we are very important as far as getting people re-entered into the workforce, and we don't foresee anything happening with our funding. And right now we have the funding. I have the money, so I'm here to tell you that I'm here to partner with you. I have money for you. You just have to reach out and speak with me or speak with a member of my team.
and we'll be willing to get those funds to you.
Can I add to that? Okay, so, right, Business 101. You can now find a 17-year-old kid, encourage them to work, right, get a job with you. They'll pay half of it. Then you've got Job Training Albuquerque that provides $15,000 worth of free classes from welding to QuickBooks. And now you can now leverage that because now the kid that you're only paying half to work for you, you can now offer that same kid free training, which means that child will now stay with you for a longer period of time because now he's now invested in you, your business, and what you can provide to him. And that's just a long-term relationship between you and a kid that is not on the streets. So if you look at the resources and you leverage them the right way, there's no reason why you can't find the right employees that want to stay with you for a long period of time. And yes, go through the city and get all the funding you want, but it's right now, right here for free.
Yep.
Anyone can do this. And you can leverage it to help the community and then provide jobs and only have to pay half the salary. Like, that works.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
And then to even piggyback off of that, after you train that individual and he gets those free funds to go to school, you can come back to me, and when you're ready to promote him, then I'll pay for half of that promotion as well.
Free.
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 And I love what you said, Ken, about our youth. Like, youth in the city of Albuquerque are suffering. They need this. They need this. New Mexico was ranked the laziest state in the country. And the #1 factor to that ranking was idle youth. Idle youth. We have youth who ain't in school, ain't working, ain't in a program. Like, this is something our community can do for our kids to make sure they have a leg up. And then make sure they're investing that money. That's another panel. So that they can, there's so much. But we can do this. We can do this.
So thank you, Kim. Thank you, Ken. That was just question number 1. Oh, you feel me? Just question number 1. Thank you all. So when Kimberly was up, she mentioned that acronym again, EIN. So it really tells you how important it is to have the information you need to be able to take that first step. Again, that's the employer ID number, one of many numbers you'll need. The other thing that I want to share before we move on to question number 2, because they technically already answered it, is that depending on whether you are contracting, and maybe even when you're contracting, you may be required to provide the organization, whether it's states or city or private, more than one quote, depending on the amount of money or the support that they're going to give to you. I mean, I can say, for instance, I know for a fact that if someone's going to contract with my office for anything under $20,000, they would need to have their quote, not them, but we would have to have two. We'd have theirs, and then we'd have to seek out a second one. And if the provider we want comes in, I'll throw a number out there that I don't do numbers, at 10,000, if that second quote you get comes at 9,000, you won't be able to use your original vendor unless you do a letter supporting why you're going to go with the 10,000 as opposed to the 9,000. And if any of you have something different from your agencies, please chime in.
Yeah, I mean, for EDD, anything from 5,000 to just under 60,000, so 559,999, we have to do 3 quotes total. So not even just 2, but we have to pull them. And same with like justification. And you have me thinking, like, if you have other business owners who might run in similar fields or industries near you, you might be able to talk to someone about producing another quote. But it might work to call your friends in that one, because then at least the business would go to someone who's in your network.
That is so correct. So again, depending on whether you state or city, there's a lot of paperwork involved. So the quicker you get started, the faster you might see a turnaround with the funds that you need to move forward. So again, that was still question number 1 of 5. So the second question, again, most of you have already answered. And the second question was, how do the requirements to be a vendor or supplier different from entity to entity? And most of you have already explained that, but if you want to add anything to that, please do so.
Depends on the kind of work you're doing. So if you're doing construction, right, they're going to be looking for bond amounts and making sure that you have those certifications and licenses. If you're doing contracting through the healthcare authority for a specific thing, or for behavioral health, it really depends on the industry area and what your expertise is as an entrepreneur. You're probably going to need to have some of those certifications.
And then let me just add that in order to gain access to WIOA funding, one of the main requirements, or one of the things that could bar your company from being able to receive the funding that I'm able to provide to you, is if that position that you're hiring for is also federally funded, because I'm using federal funds. That's one of the only stipulations. And WIOA does not fund anything cannabis, because federally cannabis is illegal. So we have to make sure that we're not bumping heads using federal monies to pay for federal monies, pretty much. So, but other than that, you're all qualified. I mean, it just depends on the position, and it depends on what it is that you're trying to do with your workforce in order for you to receive the funding through WIOA.
Thank you.
Can I add something for foundations and,
Yes, please.
And the other word, philanthropy? And when it comes to doing business with philanthropy and foundations, the biggest thing there is there's not going to be a lot of requirements, but part of it is getting on their email list, right? So you know when the grants are getting launched, whether that's the McCune Foundation or Kellogg or the Santa Fe Community Foundation, Albuquerque Community Foundation. I think there's a New Mexico Foundation. But so many of the foundations and philanthropy organizations, both in New Mexico, but across the country, they do releases. But if you're not on their mailing lists, you won't know. And the biggest thing when you're applying for funding with a foundation or a philanthropic organization is that the service or product that you are providing, and oftentimes they do a lot of granting only to nonprofits, and it's not often that you'll see them do grant making for small businesses, but they still do it. And it's about being on their mailing lists and then also being in line with their focus areas. So if you're going out for a Kellogg grant, you're making sure that you can find a nonprofit partner. Oftentimes nonprofits are really interested in partnering to bring in additional funding, and they might be able to run a contract through your business to provide some sort of service. So that nonprofit partner could help you apply for philanthropic funding where they get to operate with a piece of it, and then you also get to provide your product or service, but you want to be in alignment with whatever their focus area is. So Kellogg, youth, right? Making sure that youth are economically empowered, and I think it's hunger as well, right? They focus a lot on that. And then, Santa Fe Community Foundation does grant making across the entire state of New Mexico, and they have several different funds that are very community specific. So they're doing LGBTQ+ work, they're doing Black community and empowerment work, they're doing things for women and children. It just depends. So the biggest thing about getting funding with philanthropy and foundations is making sure that you're in alignment with those goals in those areas that they serve. Albuquerque Community Foundation is also very broad, but it's really about taking the time to kind of research and get to know who those foundations are in your area.
One other thing around grants, if you need a grant written or anything like that, if you email me, I've got a list of resources when it comes to organizations that will help you find a grant, and then individuals that will help you write the grant. So I send those out to people. Some of them are actually in this room right now that do grant writing and things of that nature. So I'm more than happy to share that type of information with you as well.
Yeah, and shameless plug for New Mexico Grants Administration, who's here today with Talal Santal, right here in the back, running a great organization there, and he does grant writing support and local Black-owned business, so you can't go wrong there.
And Sarah Solis also does grant writing as well, so she's very awesome with what she does too.
And while we're doing shout outs, we also have Rio Rancho's Economic Development Director here as well.
So all of that's a great transition to the next question, so thank you all. And the third question is, are there any specific requirements to do business with your organizations, whether it be city, state, or nonprofit? Let's start with Kimberly.
Okay, so like I stated before, you just need to make sure that you have an FEIN number as well as being current on your UI taxes. And also you have to have workers' comp and liability insurance. That's something else that I forgot to mention. So you want to make sure that you have all of that in order when you reach out to myself or to one of my colleagues to access our funding, because one of the first things that we're going to do is we're going to check if you're current on your unemployment. And as long as that comes back as a yes, then we can move forward and talk about a plan for building out your workforce. But you can be private or nonprofit and receive these funds.
Thank you.
For council's directed spending, there really are no requirements. It's up to the city councilor and the other councilors to make sure they don't take it out and we get the 5 votes to put it in. But for me, I do my due diligence on who I fund. So I'm looking at, do you have a registered business in the city of Albuquerque, whether it's for profit or nonprofit? I have focus areas that I want to focus on. I also want to support businesses in my district, in my council district, which my district, District 6, runs, if you're on Lomas and Eubank and you're going west, it goes all the way to I-25 and then all the way south to Mesa del Sol. So I have Nob Hill, International District, Fair West, Spruce Park, just tons of neighborhoods. I call my district a tale of 4 different cities, depending on where you at. But I live in the southeast, so I'm in the hood. I'm on the generals of Central. Y'all know the generals of Central? Y'all know where I'm at. Y'all know. And that's important because I'm the first Black person to even be in this role, in any city council role. And for my district, in the last 20 years, we've not had a representative from the hood. They've been from Nob Hill or from Ridgecrest, which is the nice area of my area. So it's huge that we have representation for the people because that's where I come from. So for me, I'm focusing on my district homelessness. Homelessness, homelessness, homelessness. It is the epicenter of homelessness. And I just started a subcommittee of our homeless coordinating council for the Black community. Because I don't know if y'all knew, Black homelessness is huge. You may not see them out there outside. I mean, I do. I see them in my hood. I see some Black folks out in the streets. But most of us that are homeless are getting services. So when I pulled up to the West Side shelter and saw how many of us and how many of our grandmamas, 55 and above, are living at the shelter, we should be ashamed, y'all, as a collective community. We need to step up. So I need orgs in the Black community to step up and think about services and what we can do for us. So homelessness is a big one. I'm looking for folks in our community. Churches, my Black churches, need y'all. You already do this work. You already do this work, but the city doesn't fund you to do that work. So I'm working on some grant processes and grant opportunities for churches who are already doing that work but don't get the services or the help from government to do that work. Youth development, that's another thing I'm really focused on. I want mentorship programs. I'm really wanting to launch mentorship programs in our district to make sure we can reach the youth, get them employed, get them in school, get them not idle, right? So that we can actually change things in our communities. That's those, and housing. How many of you heard of Jesse Waddles? Where's Black History? My last day, so we're gonna sprinkle some Black history in there. Yes, Jesse Waddles. Mr. Waddles was the Black community's go-to for years in our community if you needed housing. You could go to Jesse Waddles. He owned he was a landlord, and he would help put you in housing or help you get the resources that you needed for housing. We don't have we need a Jesse Waddles in our community. Who are our real estate developers? Who are our realtors and landowners and landlords who can help me house our people? Those are the 3 focus areas for my district that I would like to fund organizations, and I'd like to partner with any of the resource partners, getting some interns, all the things, so that we can really begin to move in the direction for us.
And what that means too is I'm looking for volunteers who want to help me start an African American Board and Commission at the City of Albuquerque. We have boards and commissions that do the work and really tell the city what we need for our community. We haven't had one historically. The Native American community has one. They do a lot of great work in those three areas, but really leveraging the city to do more for us, especially in what's happening nationally. We are lucky to have an administration here, as far as the mayor, who supports this stuff, who has an equity and inclusion department that's not going away, who hired me to open the Office of Black Community Engagement that Nima has taken over. Like, we have the show. We just need us all to come together and do those things. So I was way off the question, but.
Thank you. Sean, same question?
Specific requirements, it really depends on the nature of the service that you're providing to the agency and whether or not you need to have those skills and materials on site. I would say that the biggest thing is still reflecting what Kimberly said around tax and rev. When we send a contract in for signature, it's going to get reviewed by Department of Finance Administration as well as New Mexico Tax and Rev. So if they catch anything, they'll put the contract on hold and they'll reach out to you to sort out GRT taxes. I don't think we look at unemployment, but for our end, it's usually looking at GRT to make sure that you're up to date on that side. So that's the one piece for us. And it's not that we'll check it individually, it's that tax and rev will catch it on the back end. And then that 2 weeks turns to 6 weeks, turns to 8 weeks, turns to you never want to work with the state again, but we really want to work with you and we know it's frustrating. So just know that process going into whatever entity that you're going to pursue. If it's a large institution in terms of state government, even local government, federal, it takes some patience and a lot of deep breaths and a lot of try to separate the people that you're working with, because we're going to work to make sure that we get your project taken care of and we're going to get you an answer. It's all the bureaucracy that comes behind it and the red tape and the back and forth and the who signs what that really makes that process difficult. And we just want you to stick with us because we know that we could get you through it. It just takes a lot of heart. So.
And it's on purpose. Let's just
Can I just add one additional thing? So I want to let you guys also know, as far as when I was saying that having a clear UI is a requirement, you can be a sole proprietor and you can have not paid into unemployment taxes and still be able to receive the WIOA funding. I just wanted to let you know, you can be your own employee, you can be an employee of one, and then I can come along and help you become an employee of two and continue to build out your workforce. So if you haven't paid into UI yet, because it's just you, that's okay, we can still work.
Thank you. Ken?
I echo what everyone's saying. It depends on what you're signed up for and what you want, the end result, through the procurement process or getting a vendor number. Again, as you go through the process, really have everything together, right? The taxes, I don't know how to say this, but make sure your taxes are paid and things of that nature. So it just depends on what you're looking for. But as you go through the process, you'll go through step by step, and you'll be able to know what you need as you go through the process.
Yeah, and every industry is needed. I've ordered paint cartridges from people, ink cartridges. We have done culinary stuff, and we contract with facilitators. We work with people across the spectrum of business. So regardless of where you sit and where you stand, there's something there. I mean, even, which I hate to put libraries on blast like this, but there's a potential there too, even for like authors and writers, right? They still need supplies, they still need materials. There is somewhere in institutions, philanthropy, and foundations that needs your product, service, or skill. It just depends what you're doing and whether or not you have the focus. But like a lot of us are free to talk about it. We have teams, we have staff, and we have people who are dedicated to making sure that we can get you connected to the right places. So even if we don't know it, we're happy to try and figure it out.
One other thing, sorry. So along those lines, right? Here's the reality. You're not the only one that is doing what you do, right? So yes, you can get everything filled out, but manage expectations and discipline your disappointments. The reality is there's probably someone else who does what you do, maybe not as well, but they may already be on that list. So when you're applying to work with different agencies, understanding that is something I would like you to take with you, right? Is that, okay, I'm gonna go through this process. It is going to be a process, but there may be 3 other people or 3 other companies that do the same thing. That's just the reality of it. So being able to understand that is easier on the mindset and it's easier emotionally as you go into this process.
Don't take it personally, the system's not built.
It's on purpose to keep us out, y'all.
It doesn't really matter if you all do the same thing, I still can help you.
Okay, thank you. So, was there a question?
My question is for my friend who has a franchise, and would you be able to, of course he is black, would you be able to fund him to hire people and keep people, or is it just independent business owners? Because he's a franchiser.
It doesn't matter. I have contracts with huge multi-billion-dollar companies. I'm here because I'm trying to get the money to the small guys. So we have contracts. The big companies are getting the money. They're getting a check every month from us. And so I'm stepping up to let you guys know that you should be getting the money as well. So I'm just advocating for you guys, but yes, absolutely. Okay. I have, just so you guys know, I've made packets of information and I have a QR code as well. If you guys want to scan it sometime today, it'll send me a direct email and we can talk about funding.
Another question. This is in relation not directly to my business, but for knowledge. For the state JTIP program and the WIOA, can they work together? Like, could you get double funding?
I'm not sure. I know that I get a lot of referrals from JTIP because we are in 2 different realms. So I'm not sure about that actually.
So typically JTIP, and I can get confirmation for you, but JTIP is strictly for LEDA eligible companies, local economic development act companies. So it's manufacturing based businesses or e-commerce based businesses will be eligible for JTIP. And the e-commerce piece is that you have to be able to prove that 50% or more of the product or service that you're producing is going outside of the state. So in order to be eligible for the state JTIP program, which is different than job training Albuquerque, where we pay up to 80% of salary for 6 months, I believe because it's state funding that it wouldn't be a problem, but you would have to both fit the requirements of WIOA, which is looking at like specific age range, even I think.
Well, we have WIOA Youth, which is from 16 to 24, and then I work with adult and dislocated worker, which is from 18 and on it.
They likely can work together in very specific cases if eligibility is met on both sides. Just get us all in the same room and we can figure it out.
Another question.
Just a quick question. I'm not familiar with the acronym you're using, WIOA.
WIOA, W-I-O-A, stands for Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. It was signed into law on July 22nd of 2014 by President Obama. And it's all about upskilling America's workforce and getting skilled workers to employers and helping you to continue to support them through their career advancement and giving people a chance to actually sustain and live. So it's about career advancement and making sure that the people that you are bringing on board, that you're going to keep on board and help them to be able to take care of their families and survive, pretty much.
Thank you. We'll take one more question, then we'll combine my last 2 questions.
I see that people are recording back there, and I was wondering if there's a website we can go to rewatch this whole thing later on.
Yes, so we're live streaming now, so we're on YouTube. So we can send the link out to everybody too that registered. So you have it, but we are live right now on GovTV, channel 16, just let you know, and live on YouTube and several Facebook pages right now. Hey, y'all watching virtually.
Leave it to Nicole. She'll hook you up.
Yeah.
So my last 2 questions, then we'll combine them. because they're very similar. So the next question is, what is the difference between having to have a license and a permit to do business? And the last question is, as a organization, whether you're state or city, is there a preference policy that you would have to adhere to?
So for the license, it just depends on the process that you're going through. So depending if it's procurement or becoming a vendor, as you go through the process, I'm not too sure on the major differences. And when it comes to preference, we really can't give preference to organizations over another at all. So.
Thank you.
It's very nuanced and it depends on what you're doing. I would say, and this is actually a good question for Naima, but she's not good. But there's pieces around having a permit to be able to do certain food supplying when you're working on some sort of block party or working in a public space, right? And there's needs for permits at very specific times, but you still have to be like a licensed business. Or if you're doing construction, you need to be licensed, bonded, and insured. Like it really depends on what you are attempting to do. For the state, we do have preference processes depending on if you're going through traditional procurement and RFP, request for proposals. There is a preference for Native New Mexican preference. Okay, let me back up. There's like an Indigenous Native American preference. There's also just a New Mexico resident preference. There's also a New Mexico veterans preference. And then depending on the grant, program, contract that you're applying for, there might be other stipulations on how they might be doing preference, right? I have strict stipulations for my grants where 50% have to go to rural or underserved communities, which is written right into the legislation. So I have to ask questions around where you're located and optional demographic data questions, but I have to ask questions around geography to make sure that we're meeting those required marks. So sometimes there is preferences like that. It depends, really depends on the project.
Well, for my department, you have to be located in Albuquerque, but however, keep in mind that there are WIOA offices in almost every city and state. So if your company is not located central in Bernalillo County, then there's a WIOA office in the county that you're located in. And if you could probably Google and get that information or reach out to myself and I could forward you the information or get you someone in that district. But other than that, as long as you're a local business in Albuquerque, you have access to WIOA funding.
So I'll piggyback up a little bit off what Shani said. So a business license just grants you permission to operate your business in the state of New Mexico or the city of Albuquerque. A permit is going to grant you permission for a specific activity. So if you want to sell alcohol, you need a alcohol license, right? But if you want, for some of our smaller vendors, like one of the things we're planning for now is Juneteenth, right? If you want to cook food at Civic Plaza during the event, you need a permit from our environmental health department. If you are operating a food truck, right, you need your business license and you also need the permit. And the permits really just help us make sure that you are in compliance with safety and health and different type of regulations like that. The city of Albuquerque doesn't necessarily have any set-asides or preferences. We do, though, have a modified W-9. So at the city of Albuquerque, the federal W-9, you can check if you are a business enterprise, right? So if you're a minority business and you're actually gone through that process to get designated that, you can identify that. But at the city, we actually have demographics on our W-9. So we want to know, are you a Black-owned business? Are you a woman-owned business? So that I, as a city councilor, can look at the data and see where is the city of Albuquerque spending its money and with who. And that report's about to come out, and y'all, whoo-wee. And when I looked at, I'm just saying, when I looked at by type, business type, right? Construction, the Black community is a big fat zero, nothing.
Nada. So we got some work to do, and that's something that I want to work on in legislation to say, and this is the interesting thing is, we federally, legally, first thing we could have to do is that study. It's an MBE study, Minority Business Enterprise Study. And then legally, once that study shows that we're not doing well at that, which we are not even in the Hispanic community, y'all. And we in New Mexico. I would have thought the majority of businesses that the city is doing business with are Hispanic. That's not even true. So now that we have that study, I can then put it in legislation that says there needs to be a certain amount of set asides for Black-owned businesses in the construction industry to force, right? And again, I have to get 5 votes for that. So I can't promise it until we get the votes, right? But that's something that we need to work on because we don't have that at the city of Albuquerque. To actually say we want to make sure we're doing business with folks we say local even, right? Yeah, so we have work to do with that at the city, but that kind of gives you a little bit of what's coming.
Thank you. And we're running out of time, so what I'd like to do, and I will come back for questions. If I can, I'll give you guys 1 minute starting from my left to right, comments, wrap up.
Not much. As a business owner entrepreneur myself, the one thing that I always suggest to people is being able to switch the switch from employee mindset to entrepreneur, right? That is a hard switch to flip. Going from someone telling you what to do to you having to tell you what to do on a consistent basis. So as an entrepreneur, it is up to you to get things done. It is up to you to make your schedule. It's up to you to make the vision known on tablets so you can have something to go after. So for me, I want to be here to provide information, resources, support, connections, and consulting. We've got a resource center, business resource center downtown, 700 4th Street Southwest, free to walk in. We're there. We're also housing a Minority Business Development Agency as well. So we're here if you would like the assistance. But the one thing is accountability for your dream. We can provide the track to run on, but you're going to have to strap the shoes on and start running.
Thank you.
For philanthropy and foundations, make sure that you're in alignment with what their focus goals are. When it comes to contracting with the state, I think the biggest piece is, as an entrepreneur, you are going to have that money up front. For so many state programs and for most of the contracts that we run, they're on a reimbursement basis. So even our LEDA grants and JTIP grants, which are the acronyms that come out of economic development, they frame them as these grant programs. They're not, it's weird words, because they're going to make sure that you have all your funding and sources up front, and then we reimburse you on the back end. Or if you're going to do a contract and you have to provide services and book a venue and you need these materials and supplies, you're going to have to come out of pocket to do that first, and then you invoice us, and you have to play that waiting game of 2 to 4 weeks to get your check or your ACH. So yes, landing a government contract can be really, really great for your business, but you also have to have the capital up front to be able to float in that in-between area. But we also have a program for that, so if you have questions on it, you can talk to us about it.
Thank you, Shani.
Okay, so I'm standing up because of the podium. So I just wanted to let you guys know that, please take advantage of your resources. Not only can you take advantage of WHEEL funding, but within the America's Job Center itself, there are other ways that you can receive assistance for your company. You can post jobs on our website for free. You can attend our you can attend our job fairs for free. I am sort of a double-edged sword. I'm not only here to help the business, but I also find the talent. I'm the one that's going to vet the skilled workers. Matter of fact, when I leave here today at 2:30, I'm going to a job fair to look for some skilled talent, and I'm going to pull some of those people to the side, and we're going to have conversations. So if you're looking for skilled talent, you can also use me in that capacity as well. And it's all free of charge. Like I said, it's all paid for with your tax dollars. So I would just say take advantage of the opportunities and the resources that are available to you.
Thank you, Kimberly.
I think the thing I want to impart is leadership development. We talk a lot about the resources and for entrepreneurship,
But as a business owner, a lot of us don't think about leadership development. And what kind of leader do you want to be? And it ties back to our previous panel about recruiting and attracting and hiring good staff. But you yourself, what leadership development are you doing? What books are you reading to make sure you are getting better as a leader? Because I just saw a quote from a man who talked about being a good employee and working hard at our jobs, right? But my dad always told me, I'll go back to my daddy, he said, job stands for just over broke. And he said to us, from a little age, you don't want a job, right? Because you're gonna be just over broke. You need a career, you need a business. That is how this capitalistic system in our country is built. How many of you are in the room are business owners? Okay, awesome. Okay, because this is a business, we just want to make sure we meet our audience here. Got the right people in the room. Now, of those that raise their hands, how many of you are homeowners? Good. About the same, that's good, because we need you to own your home if you do not. And we need you to own the building your business is in. Right? Because that's true ownership. Because that owner that really owns your building, if you do not, can pull the rug from under you at any moment. And there is a concerted effort in this country to make sure we don't have nothing. We don't own nothing. They're not making any more land. So my people, buy land. I'll leave it there.
Invest.
Thank you.
Invest.
So we have time for two small questions. Before I get kicked out.
We could go over a little bit. Lunch is almost ready.
Well, speaking of the concerted effort or the orange elephant in the room, are any of these grants or programs in danger of funding because of an executive order?
No, so WIOA funding is not, like I stated earlier, WIOA, before it was WIOA, it was called WIA, and it has been around on both sides, both liberal and conservative aisles. So we are also in the reemployment industry. So our building is also used for unemployment purposes. So if the current administration is looking to get people back to work, then they are definitely utilizing our services to get people back to work. And I actually watched recently where a lot of the displaced federal workers are using our job centers for reemployment services. So no, we are not worried about our federal funding because we are a part of Reemploying America, which is what the administration is pretty much trying to do.
Programs that I work closely with are state funded, so they're not going anywhere.
And as entrepreneurs, I understand, but if it's our dream and our vision, then we need to work together to find a way, no matter who's sitting in the big chair. Because I legit don't care. What I care about is what I'm after, and that's my dream. So I'm just simply saying, don't allow what could be possible to stop you from making what could be possible for you. I don't care.
Preach over here. And yes, same for the city. The city funding is, mostly the funding I deal with is general fund or state funding. We have a lot of that with our oil and gas revenue. Exactly here in the state. So it's just true. We do, so ours at the city, we have other programs we're worried about that are federally funding. We have about $253 million of federal funding that comes to the city. I'm worried about that, but not for our small businesses.
Thank you very much. My name is Louis St. No. I'm a manufacturer by trade, and I want to first thank the Chamber for having this, because this is the first significant meeting that I've seen that really impacts the community, the business people in the community. My focus is on manufacturing, and I do international business. I'm in the energy. We're an integrator company, so we have energy, broadband, and housing. And I'd like to see and speak with you individually to see exactly how you can help my business attain some of the grant opportunities and local contacts to reach the rural community in providing the services that we provide. We have integrated with local companies that have created new solar products as well as storage products. But it's been very difficult for us to penetrate the local market. However, internationally, we're pretty successful. We have a 500 megawatt concession in the Democratic Republic of Congo. We do have operations in Angola. And we are very keen on supporting American manufacturing and establishing manufacturing of these companies here. And I'm looking forward to getting together with your panel to see, because I do see that you have a lot of things that are of interest to me. And I want to thank you all for being here and presenting your services. Thank you.
Okay, one more question. Let me get to it.
So I just had a question. It was kind of like his. My business is registered here, but I do a lot of like international and national jobs and stuff. Do you guys still help with that, or is it only if you do work here and you register here?
Well, as long as for WIOA, if your employees are working here, then you can receive funding. It doesn't matter necessarily where your actual business is happening, as long as they are here. No, I believe, no, they would have to be someone on site at your location here. Yeah.
And for us, it depends on the program, but for example, if you're looking at JTIP, it has to be e-commerce based. So if they're working in other places, if you're exporting a product or service or good to another place, you're potentially eligible, but it depends on the industry. So just come talk to us. We're happy to figure it out.
Thank you, panelists. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Thank you all.
One quick announcement for all panelists, those who are supposed to be coming this afternoon. If you have not filled out the W-9 and the ACH form for Black Chamber for Ms. Carla Kazi, please go to the Black Chamber table and fill out your form so you can be taken care of in that way. Thank you.
All right, so next up is lunch, but we're gonna do a raffle because we got a lot of gifts over here we gotta give out. So let's do two raffles today. So if you have your raffle tickets, let's see, I need a drum roll again. Give me some drum rolls. Yeah, my people. All right, last three numbers. 276. 276. All right, come on
up and get your Black Chamber of New Mexico hat and your 101 Black vendors and their inventions. Y'all give it up for our winner.
All right, let's do another one. Another drum roll, please. Y'all are so good at that. Thank you. All right, next number ends in 266. 266. Oh, I'm sorry, Ken. 266. Going once. 266. Okay, we'll pick another one. Here we go. Drum roll again. Drum roll. Okay. 2, 2, 3. 2, 2,
Yes,
3.
come on
All
up.
right.
We have 400 Souls, the New York Times bestseller, along with one of our Black Chamber Black History t-shirts. Give it up for our winner.
Yes. All right. So we need about 5 more minutes or so for lunch. We're almost set up. Let's do another raffle then, since we have some time. Let's go. All right, drum roll, please.
Yes. This is from 9 Mile Tees. the Black Summit hats and the Black History Month, tote bag. All right, here we go. Last three numbers, 236. 236. 2 to the 3 to the 6. No. Next. Okay, let's go. Drum roll again. Drum roll. Work it around. 268. 268. Oh, dang. Okay, Miss Beverly, you gotta pick next. Oh, let's see what's happening here. Y'all ready? Are y'all ready? One more time. One more drum roll. All right, come on. 204. 204. 204? No? Okay, we're gonna dig again. I can't believe so many people left before lunch. They didn't hear steak. They gonna miss it out. 260. 260. Oh, y'all looking sad. 260. One more time. Let's see. Okay. Drum roll. 229. 229. I saw all the shoulders drop. 229. I was about to pick them. Okay, we're gonna do one more round, and then we will start with table 1. 201. 201. Yes, Ciara. Yes. Give me your ticket, girl. Thank you, ma'am. After all that time, yes. All right. So this is how we're gonna do lunch. We're going to call by tables. You're gonna go back around here towards the back just so we can keep the flow going. Yeah. We're gonna do tables number 1, 2, and 3. Follow Miss Carla. Table 1, 2, 3 to lunch.
Y'all, they're in the back. We have to do it so the flow happens.
Come on, 1, 2, 3. Let's move a little quickly. 1, 2, and 3.
And you see strategically we're clearing the back.
Yes. You gotta come this way. Miss Carla. Follow Miss Carla. Who is that?
So we don't have a bottleneck.
The lady agrees.
All right.
What I'm doing, I don't know.
Okay. And then now we got them through that. Now we'll do 4 and 5. Y'all want to head on out? 4 and 5.
The first shall be last.
Yeah, in a few minutes. Okay. Tables 4 and 5. Tables 4 and 5. Tables 6 and 7. Tables 6 and 7. Tables 6 and 7. Carla, we're already at 6. Yeah, we're good. Table 6 and 7. Table 6 and 7. I want to be Carla when I grow up. I want the energy. I want to be Carla when I grow up. Table 6 and 7. Table 8. 6, 7, and 8. Miss Carla's like, get your kids, go get your food. 6, 7, and 8. Yes.
We're not following.
Yes, we go. Hey, how are you? Yeah, please go this way.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll do 14 and 15 next. 14 and 15 will be next. Wait a minute, because Table 9 and 10. Table 9, 10. 9, 10, 11, 12. 9, 10, 11, 12. I got you almost on. Come on, y'all. 9, 10, 11, 12.
That's all right, we got
This
enough
way.
room for 175.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 9, 10,
of manifestation right there, y'all. Art of manifestation. It works. It works. I ain't never seen somebody so excited. Ooh, we got the good bag. All right, Miss Beck. All right, y'all, we got a good one. Tell them what's in the bag while we wait. Two on one. I love us. Don't y'all just love us? We make everything exciting. Everything. I love it. All right. I'm gonna step to the side because we have an amazing panel made up of some of the members of the Ujima Collective. Woo! Woohoo! Yes, give it up. We have Ms. Nima Pickett, who serves as the liaison for Mayor Tim Keller, running the Office of Black Community Engagement. She is also a longtime business owner who founded Kamira, did I say it right? Kamaria, thank you, Creations Wellness Retreat, aiming to provide supportive services or supportive spaces for Black individuals through various healing modalities. Her exceptional contributions earned her a National Business Advisor of the Year award from the Association Women's Business Centers. Yes, and SBA's 2023 Business Center of the Year award. Additionally, Nima was selected as the W.K. Kellogg Foundation Community Leader Fellow, serving through 2025. Give it up for Ms. Nima Pickett. Next, we have Kenneth Winfrey. He is a licensed clinical social worker and the co-founder and CEO of Umoja Behavioral Health PC in Albuquerque, New Mexico. He earned his Bachelor's of Arts in Psychology from the University of Missouri at St. Louis, and later obtained a Master's in Social Work from New Mexico State University. Now, I didn't check this bio with him first, so I hope I got it all right. In 2018, Kenneth established Umoja Behavioral Health PC, integrating comedic yoga and belief systems analysis into therapeutic practices. This holistic approach addresses mental health through cultural and spiritual frameworks, offering services to individuals, couples, and families. Kenneth is also the author of From Mind to Matter, a book that explores the transformative power of unifying holistic health practices, transpersonal psychology, and ancient wisdom to foster personal and collective wellness. Help us welcome Mr. Ken Winfrey. And I just have to say, Ken taught me that yoga is not just, it's a Black people thing. I thought yoga was a white people thing. And he showed, I know, we worked together back when I was at UNM Hospital, and we were bringing Black history to UNM Hospital, and he brought the world-renowned African comedic yogi to teach us about, and he taught us about the hieroglyphics and the poses that were us, Black folks in Egypt doing these poses. Changed my life, y'all. I'm telling you, sorry. Just had to throw that in there because I just love me some Ken Winfrey. All right, next up we have Dr. Emmanuel. He's a distinguished linguist and speech and hearing scientist specializing in African Sign Languages. He earned his bachelor's and master's degrees in linguistics and Igbo studies, followed by a PhD in linguistics and communications from the University of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. He has held academic positions at University of New Mexico, serving as a research scholar in Africana Studies Department and the Linguistics Department. His research interests encompass sign language and documentation, sign language linguistics, speech and hearing sciences, and communication disorders in Africa. He is also an author, I found in my research, of Nature's All, Note from an African Village Boy, a collection of 51 poems reflecting his childhood experiences and themes such as love, life, and human desire. Welcome, Dr. Emmanuel. Next up, we have Dr. Calvin Ward, a retired USA veteran, former Intel manager, health consultant, and the owner of Concierge Health and Wellness Massage Spa, located in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Dr. Ward is a dynamic public speaker, personal trainer, and multifaceted professional dedicated to empowering individuals to achieve their best selves. He holds a doctorate in theology, Master of Science in Healthcare Administration, and a master's in metaphysical sciences, among other credentials. His diverse academic background allows him to emerge deep spiritual insights with practical healthcare experiences and expertise, inspiring audiences across various fields. Give it up for Dr. Ward. And last and certainly not least is Sandra Williams, is a member of the Emoja Collective. And you know, Ms. Williams, I want you to introduce yourself to the group because you have an amazing story. Would you please introduce yourself to the group? I couldn't do justice.
Hi, my name is Sandra Williams. I'm a transplant from Boston. I moved to Albuquerque in 2008. I'm the owner of Hidden Wisdom Coaching. Hidden Wisdom Coaching is a transpersonal business. We believe in change through language. Language tends to lock us into our issues. Language can unlock us from our issues. I've been in the behavioral health field since 20. And in the behavioral health field, I work with people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. The age range that I've worked from is from age 4 up to 82. I'm the proud mother of 4 children, and when someone names my children, I can say, yeah, that's me. I don't go, so I'm very proud of my children. I've been a teacher. I'm a closet geek, engineering and physics. Let me see, what else can I tell you about me? I'm just proud to be here. I love Albuquerque, and people have asked me, will I go back to Boston? I go, heck no, too much snow. So,
thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Wonderful. Give it up for our panel. All right, so we're going to go to Ms. Nima first to tell us a little bit about the Ujima Collective and your vision for this program.
Absolutely. Is this mic? Testing. Yeah. Now we got mic check 1 2 1 2. All right, so I have to handle a little bit of village business and first ask for permission from our elders in the room, anyone over 46 years of age, to give us permission to begin this panel. All right, thank you. Ashe to that. And for our introductions, we're going to run real quick, and then I'll be able to answer that question. Because one of the principles of the Ujima Collective is that we have village agreements. One of them is that we evolve language. You'll hear more about that in this conversation that we're having together. So I'll greet you with a Bardani. Gina Languni ni ima Kamaria Hanifa Pickett. Na wat lashia idara ya ushakariani. Wajani ya watu wese katika ofisi zetu hapi jimini Albuquerque. Asanti na uharia mwezi wa historia nwase. And what I just said was that I greeted you and that I represent the Office of Black Community Engagement here in the city of Albuquerque. And thank you for being present with all of us today, and happy Black History Month. So that is in Swahili and in English. And the next greeting you'll hear is in Zulu. In Zulu, we would say, Sawubona. Sawubona is the deepest form of looking into all of you with a greeting. It's like seeing you to your bones, to your heart, to your spirit and your soul, and everything that you represent in time and history and transcendence in the past, present, and future of who you are. And the village always responds with Yebo Sawubona, which is likewise, I reciprocate and see you too. And in a place such as New Mexico, where we are constantly battling the tricultural narrative and re-engaging environments and saying we have belongingness is so important to be seen. So I will say Sawubona, and you all will respond with Yebo Sawubona. Let's try that one time. Sawubona! Sawubona! I can't hear it. Sawubona! All right, we've got a village consensus. So I will pass the next introduction to Mr. Winfrey.
Well, we already did introductions, but if you could just cover the question.
Oh, yes.
Can you tell us about your, what the collective is and your vision for the program?
Sure thing. So the collective, Ujima Collective, has been in operation for 14 weeks. I was going to say 14 months. It feels like years together. And so our application process was basically centering businesses who were looking to learn about indigenous culture, about their backgrounds, and centering into language, being Swahili. So Chinua Achebe says that language is the carrier of culture, and we believe that very firmly, that if our business owners are more welcoming for the immigrant community, our refugee communities, that when you have someone say to you, just a greeting, a baradani, you know, that it is important to welcome in these ways, or tell the time that you need to arrive for a shift in your own language, and that we have to be our stewards of Black-owned companies in New Mexico to be able to be that welcome place. Strong belief that you can't just say we're going to give training and technical assistance, but that our business owners need support with having infusion of capital. And so we made sure that there was capital infusion as well as the business development training courses and the language piece with having instruction as well.
Thank you, that's amazing. So I want to go to each of the collective members next, and what made you apply and commit to this program? Because it's a 16-week program, is that correct?
Actually, by the time we finish, it will have been 8 months together in June.
Awesome.
What made me apply was that I could tell by the way that it was introduced to me that it would allow me to apply Afrocentric principles in business, which we already do. We use the 7 principles of Kwanzaa as a management philosophy at our agency. So seeing the word, seeing the term Ujima let me know that this might be an affirming way to do that with other members of the community, and to also welcome and be in community with Black members of our community who come from other places.
Any questions? Can you hear me? I applied for the program because I wanted to better myself, give myself a heads up as an entrepreneur. As a people, we've always been entrepreneurial. But in order to compete in a local and a global market, we have to use the strategies. We have to know the marketing. We have to know our market. We have to know where our money's going. We have to know where our money's coming from. I applied because those principles are endearing to me, but to do it among my peers, to do it among people that look like me was a bonus.
So what made me apply for the program is I saw an opportunity that I believed was never there. It wasn't long that I started my business, Omenka App, LLC. That was my second business anyway. Third business. My first and second business were started in 2022. One is not very functional, the other is functional. but I never had an opportunity as such that the Ujima Collective is presenting. So as soon as I heard about the program, I said, wow, they would say, yeah, it is. And I believed that program was going to be a great opportunity for me to get personal trainings as a business owner in Albuquerque, New Mexico, to know a whole lot that I never knew. And I can tell you, it is.
And I hope I don't sound rehearsed, but I did write my answer down. But what made me join and commit to this program was the opportunity to learn how to better build a business and to fellowship with other Black business owners and to pick up some new technical and professional skills that I can not only apply just to business, but in everyday life. It afforded me the opportunity to fellowship with other African-American individuals and African-American peers and business owners. Being around the world in my field, I'm usually either the only one like me in the room, or there are very few and far between. So I look forward to that opportunity.
Wonderful, thank you. So I wanted to talk a little bit about, just to dig a little bit more into the program, what specific training or technical assistance have you received that has helped your business? Anyone who wants to go first?
I think that for me, because I think Umoja might have been one of the older businesses in the room, a lot of affirmation though. Because a lot of what we do in business, we have to make a lot of decisions alone or in a vacuum or in the moment. And so being able to kind of go back through and revisit some of those basic business principles after being in business for a while and being, for lack of a better word, traumatized into forgetting some of the original intentions and habits that I set into business with. It was really good to go back and get a refresher and feel what it feels like to be supported as a student again. I thought that there was a lot for us to absorb, and we kept joking that it was like a mini international MBA, and that is not that's not a downside to it at all. In fact, I just felt and feel so full with all of the content and all that I can draw off of it. And so in that way, it's more of a mention of the quality of the experience, the great opportunity it is, even for somebody who's been in business for a while. Since what, 2000, somewhere around there.
Anyone else want to share?
I would say that Ujima Collective brings it all for me. Like I said, started my first and the second business, never had the opportunity of learning the things that I'm currently learning from Ujima Collective. I will say there's no counting them, but there's a few I can mention. First of all, I have learned from the collective how to prepare my business plan. That is the fundamental thing. Every business is supposed to know how to do. It is not as if I learned it by, oh, this is fun. No, this is like we are stretched, like we are stretched to do it. Yeah, Miss Brenda Marley can say So, but you find out that you are stretched to do the fundamental thing that you need for your business to grow. And that's a lot for me. And I also learned, funnily, I never heard about land acknowledgement. I didn't go to school here except in my postdoc with UNM. I never came across that language. But it is a very, very intriguing aspect of connection for the community. And as a business owner, I should know now how to connect with my community, knowing who my customers are, knowing how to respect the land upon which I stand, knowing how to connect my success to my ancestors, to my roots. And beautifully, my business talks about language and culture preservation, leading people to back to their roots to identify who they are, knowing that our history and culture are not supposed to be extinguished. That means a whole lot to me and my business. So Ujima Collective and no other place have I learned that? I have learned how to write my racial equity action. I didn't know what it meant. I can teach that in the university now.
So some of the training that I received that's helped me in my business includes financial organization, such as like profit and loss statements, more in-depth explanation, strategic business planning, like planning, forecasting, back planning, and pitch deck creation. That was a huge portion because you have a business, you create a business plan, and then no one tells you you need to have a strategic business plan. It is a living document. The more you learn, you need to go back to it and adjust it so it can match the goals of your business, and also strategic marketing and demographic analysis, right? You got psychographics, you got to know who is buying your product, who you're marketing to, and you have to know them intimately so you can design your marketing in conjunction with your business plan to reach your audience. So those are some skills that I've gotten so far. And also, I think Neema mentioned the financial assistance. There was a financial component to this, and when it came, I had to strategically use that because we talk about, hey, I need financing for my business, and then when you get it, what do you do with it? So we have to be fiscally responsible, and I use that for logistics and operations to knock out bills that I don't have to pay for the next fiscal year. So that's how I use some of the resources and information that we've gotten so far.
I love seeing Neema. She looks like a proud mama over there. You see her beaming? It's beautiful.
I have one comment on that. We have a village principle, which Ujima Collective developed their own principles, which is we step up to step back, and I'm always pushing them like, okay, you can get this, you can do this, you got it, so that I can step back. And I said, if they were like, if you have to get to the Capitol and do this bill today before this ends, I'm like, you're prepared. You stepped up so I can step back and you shine. But just to hear that, it is so touching and phenomenal to be able to say, and I do mean this from the bottom of my heart, that 19 Black-owned companies are able to learn together, to grow together, to evolve together, to fight together, and to come back and nourish one another has been one of the most beautiful experiences of my entire life. And so to even have been given the opportunity to lead this collective and to see the milestones that they've accomplished, and then to even hear it, that the work, is so good in their hands, where I can get out of the way and they can take this and lead. That's really what leadership is all about, is preparing folks so that they can take the reins and be successful. So touched my heart for sure.
For me, the technical skills that I learned, the documentation, the financial management, and I call it all the back end things that people never see when they're dealing with you as an entrepreneur. The quote that keeps running through my head is, if you build it, they will come. That's a fallacy. If you build it right, if you build it solid, if you build it heart-centered, they will come, they will stay, they will thrive, and so will you. That's what Ujima Collective has taught me. And Ujima means collective work and responsibility. So we as a group, just like Ms. Brenda said, we struggle together, we stretch together. We're responsible to each other, but we're also responsible to ourselves in the community we serve.
Beautiful. And that's a perfect segue to our next question. Tell us a little bit about how the collective works together and what it is meant to be a part of this type of a collective.
Yeah, there are collaboratives within the collective. So there's a group of us who specialize in beauty and it's more than just beauty. It's beauty and aesthetics, right, and wellness, right? And then there's a collaborative of healthcare providers such as myself, Dr. Ward, and Dr. Parker. Yeah, some of the folks in the room. And so, and again, a lot of us have created our businesses in a very isolated way, especially being entrepreneurs in a place like New Mexico, and being entrepreneurs in general can be very isolated. And so, being able to sit across the table with each other and talk with each other without competitiveness, but more so with each other's well-being in mind. I don't know that that's just readily experienced everywhere. Even though I've been a member of more than one chamber of commerce, for example, I don't know that I felt that same kind of, hey, we're all here to support each other and learn from each other. That has been different. It's been nice to say some things out loud to someone, things that have only been in my head or on paper in my computer screen. So that's been a really great experience of working together with one another. Just being present with one another is, I think, 80% of the 100% of the gift it is to have folks around. Just being present, listening.
For me, working with the collective, it helped me defy the stereotype, because we as people of color are taught we can't get along with each other. We can't work with each other. That won't work. We just argue and fight. That is not true. Working with the collective, we understand that we are family. We can work together, that who we are is not a barrier, it's a door. And we all walk through that door together. So the collective has been amazing for me. The collective is like, on one part, going home from Thanksgiving and everybody's there, not the crazy part, but everybody's there, everybody sits down, we're warm and inviting, we can share our ideas. That's what the collective has done for me. And as I pass on information about the collective and work more collaboratively, that resounds through the community, it resounds through my family, it resounds now through whoever I'm around. So the collective is now an integral part of me. I understand what working collectively and collaboratively means.
I want to speak to the external collaboration that the collective brings, and that comes from the people that come to speak to us. And the collective makes it in a way that we have access to these personnel. Some of whom come from the city, the state, some of them are successful entrepreneurs who are more knowledgeable than us in the system, and they come to speak to us, and then we are encouraged to go back to them, to schedule an appointment with them, to go find out what we can do for them or for the city, or what we can do with our business for our community and all of that. So that is a huge aspect of what the collective does. Another thing I also want to point out is the timeliness of everything that we do. We are disciplined and meant to be disciplined, because we know that if we do not really get that disciplinary aspect of it, whereby you need to put this down and send it in so time, it then means you are not able to take care of your business. So that is also a huge part for me, to know that I need to turn this in. I need to reply in the email to say, hey, I'm available or not. Or, that's also a huge factor that sometimes we neglect. I do not like it. I come from a society, a culture where people respond, people reply. In fact, in Nigeria, we don't text people as much as we do call. If I want to talk to you, I pick up a phone and call you. I don't care whether you are in the office. And you answer me. And that is because I need response quickly. So when I came here, I would write email a week, no response. They were like, this guy snub people. I didn't like it. So at some point I started lending, started ignoring people's emails. When I came back to the village, I said, I'm grateful. People in the village, they value when and how you reply to emails. Knowing that as a business owner, it is important for you to do what? Reply to emails. I may not call you as much as I would have called someone in Nigeria,
At least I will text you and then write emails and I expect a reply within a specific time limit, and that is one of things we have also been taught.
We need to bring that from Nigeria. I hate you, man. I'm sorry. I get about 600 to 800 a day. I am not sorry. Like I'm not at my desk all day to answer your email. So just call me. We need to normalize some stuff from Africa because America, no. We got it wrong. Nigeria has it right. Just call me. Sorry.
No, yeah, I was in the military, I did operations. So when I retired, I don't want to sit at my computer and open emails all day. So it's a habit. That is a habit I had to break here. I'm like, people communicate by email. So take your behind to your computer, set aside some time. And even I prefer a text versus a call, but you gotta learn it. You gotta learn it. Let me go here. So the collective, how we work together, how it feels to be part of a collective like this. So I go here, we work together. We currently come together twice a month. I believe in the beginning, was it once a week or was it still twice? It was once a week. It was twice a week. Oh yes, it was twice a week for a few months. And then now we're just going twice a month for the next few months. And we pick up technical and professional business skills in tandem with the Ascent program. I believe it's a program with the SBA that they have. And so we have a facilitator with that. And Naima is the facilitator, and she brings in experts from the community to help facilitate those courses as well. We fellowship with one another over food. We assist, which is another cultural experience, right? In and of itself, because we got Ethiopian food, people bring in dishes. You get to experience that culture within the culture, so to speak. And then we assist one another with business problems or issues, and we continue to network in the community by supporting the community and cultural events. And the last thing I will say on that, this has also affected other people in the community, whether they are white, black, yellow, blue, or green. Me and my business, I'm a luxury massage therapist, but I block an hour before and after every client. When I finish with clients, they get to pluck my head for fitness, all my credentials, they get to pluck my head and I give them information. And so some of the information here from business, I do a lot of people at Sandia or Intel, people are retiring and they're going into business. I'm able to share some of the same skills that I learned here in this cohort with them, and they're able to use that information no matter what ethnicity they are, and they're able to apply it in starting their own business or doing what they're doing, post corporate environment in retirement.
Awesome. It's an African proverb, right? Each one, teach one. That's what I hear in this. Each one, teach one. Well, wonderful. We're going to take, we could talk all day about this. I know I could. Hearing this is really awesome. And congratulations to all of you. Congratulations, Nima, for an amazing program. Any questions from our audience? Yes, please.
So,
Do you need the mic?
No, I don't need the mic.
I like it.
As far as, so if you wanted to join, like how could you go about doing that?
Who wants to apply for the next cohort? Raise your hands. I'm just curious. Look at that. Look at that. Maybe we need some funding.
Yeah.
Those funders in the room.
Funding is always very important, right? So if you would like to have interest in the next cohort that is being developed, stop by our OEI table. There's a registration table there, and leave your information, and then we'll follow up with next steps with you.
You do it online?
Stop by the table and leave your email there, and we'll be able to get in touch with you about developmental details for the next cohort. This class is going to graduate on June 16th at the Albuquerque Museum, and I will invite everybody here to be a part of this really grand celebration. We're going to have African acrobats and drumming, and you will hear all of their pitches, all of the incredible work they're doing in community and all of those things. You'll be able to circulate your dollars and all of that. So June 16th, just save the date.
Please, Dr. Ward.
I just wanted to say one more thing too that the cohort made me realize, because I see Sarah in the back. How you doing, Sarah? Don't mean to put you on the spot, but it made me realize some of the other resources, right, that we did not use that are available for us to use.
Outside.
Since I've been in here, and then Mr. Ken Jackson, I don't know where he is. He's running around here somewhere. It's the same way. There are other resources. So because of this cohort, I felt like I had a kick in the behind. And I'm going to be signing up for more classes with Wes. And then I've already signed up with some with Ken, I've hit up the VBOT. I've been signing up for more training so that I can continue to grow, so I can continue to help other people. But that was another benefit of being, part of the cohort.
Yes, so make
Didn't
sure.
want to bust y'all out.
Yes, but make sure those resources are outside, all of those tables. So make sure you take advantage of those. And don't be afraid, you can go to every single organization and get the resources. It's not like, oh, I went to SBA, I can't go to MBDA. No, I went to the chamber, I can't go to the other chamber. Do it. Go to every single resource that's available, because there is not a rule that says you can only do one. So use them all. Any other questions? Yes, please.
My other question is really more about the city. How do you feel the city is benefiting from having these Black businesses together?
Like all mics lead to Neema. I believe that the huge benefit is for our departments to be able to see this reflection, and also that they're able to pull from a wealth, because so many times it's like, oh, you're the only one who does X, Y, and Z. You're the only one who can do business development and training or racial equity, or, it opens up huge opportunities to be able to contract, because, we need to have those numbers increase. Mayor Keller will make these jokes about, like, when I first got here, we had like 3 contractors, and ultimately, that has expanded exponentially. And so the more that you show up, and I can't say this enough, it's like, go to every floor, make the appointments, give your proposals. If it's not available in one department, they're going to know who to go and see in another place. And so consistency matters, coming out and being a part of programming and on the plaza and parts of Juneteenth and all of these opportunities to be able to showcase what you do, because procurement is going, oh yeah, now when you call, oh, I remember you, Mr. Winfrey, you were at, okay, and we have something available for you. The other side of it is that, and this is a principle that through my work with the Kellogg Foundation is really instilled, that we are here to serve and to help develop you. So if you don't make the call, if you don't present something, then how can someone help you and assist to get you to the next level? It doesn't have to be perfect to be perfect. It's perfect for the moment and the opportunity, and there are people in place to be able to teach you and lead you on the next steps in that path. So I would definitely say that exposure, and having those opportunities and knowing where to go. And then the veil is pulled back and you're fearless in it. It's like, I'll be on floor number 11. I'm like, okay, you got it. I don't need you to come to email. I'm like, okay, all right, good.
The 11th floor is the mayor's floor, by the way. Just so you know.
Oh.
Yes, real quick. And then I think I would just add to what your question is, this helps with anti-Blackness that exists at the city. Like, I mean, it's deep. It's deep. The anti-Blackness that exists in the state. The exposure to Blackness for everybody else is critical. We have to normalize Blackness for people, so it's not such an other in the world. I see a baby's hand back there. He was raising his hand like, yes. I love it. I love when we have kids in the space too, because they get it. He's like, yeah, right? Because we have to normalize that. That's why these programs are so important. That's why positions that Neema's in are so important, because it normalizes us for everybody else. So we're not such an other type of thing. And, yeah, Dr. Warren, then we'll go to your question.
And I just wanted to add to that too. I think that, and it's kind of what you said, it's the human dimension. In the corporate world, they go around the psychological safety, right? So the more people get exposure to something, it helps them, like you said, normalize, right? So our leadership, I'm a veteran. People are afraid at my leadership skill and how I approach a situation. However, like you said, you're from Africa, how he leads is different from how I lead, but both leadership styles are necessary, and it helps people to see the colors of Blackness. We all have melanin, but we don't all act the same. We are not the same. We don't talk the same. There are different shades, and so the more we are vibrant and, so I won't go now. We are present, and we can tell people, you know, I see you, you see me, and we walk in that. It allows people to be okay with asking us questions and learning. People shouldn't be afraid to ask questions and say, hey, I want to learn about you. And we cannot make white people, our Caucasian brothers and sisters, yellow, red people, whoever, feel bad about trying to learn about us. It's okay if you ask a question. We have to be comfortable with that aspect too, with the human dimension, while we're trying to change the culture, get integrated, and allow people to see the different shades of who we are, men and women, black female leadership, you know what I'm saying? You know, black male leadership, so they're not afraid or they're not falling into any stereotypes. And some people just don't know. Let people learn and don't be afraid to be.
Just don't touch our hair. Come on now.
You have a question? Are you looking for presenters for your program? I'm asking that question because I actually teach an entrepreneur class online, and I do a spiritual discernment and leading in discernment as a business owner and a leader. And so I'm open to that if that's a possibility. So are you looking for presenters?
Yes, and. Yes, and is that phase one was really about making sure that we concentrated on the business development aspects and components and all the things that they alliterated earlier and presenters coming in. Phase two is about how this collective pours into one another, how they learn to resolve and problem solve for their own companies and their employees and teams, and how they move forward together. So at this point, we aren't bringing in new presenters before they graduate in June, but there will be plenty of opportunity for the next cohort. So thank you, and anyone who would like to be a presenter, stop by our table and leave your input. What I said.
Awesome. So we're gonna wrap up the panel because Ms. Nima and the team has to get to Santa Fe. You want to tell them what you're doing in Santa Fe? Just because we got to plug that because we got some things.
Oh my God, I've been dying this whole time to tell you what we're doing in Santa Fe. Even though Counselor Rogers, like everywhere I go, I'll be like heels behind or something, and they're like, she told us about House Bill 281. And I'm like, the foundation is laid. Well, let's sweeten the pot.
Have to support each other.
That's right. That's what we do. It's like tag team, back again. Okay. And yes, we have a little time because we have to be there at 3:30, just for everybody who is anxiously awaiting us getting to the Capitol. The time got pushed. Okay. So many moons ago, I was in my youth and I had to attend cosmetology school. Grew up in a community in Altadena, California, where braiding was a part of everyone's culture. And coming to New Mexico, this is the abbreviated version, but you're told, oh, you have to get this licensure to be able to practice. And so, yes, I did. And I forgot we shouted out C&M all morning. I love C&M. Back when it was TVI, I was there. First class that graduated in cosmetology. But anyhow, I used to fight with Mr. John Stahl, who was the director of the program, and he would be like, Miss Pickett, if you want to have all of everybody stirred up, you're gonna have to go to the Capitol and change the law. Because I was constantly like, chemicals are bad for the environment, and it's bad for our brains, and it's causing fibroids for Black women, and this and that, and so stop teaching people to be putting all this toxicity into the environment. And so he was like, that's where you're gonna have to go. So the path would take 26 years before I would actually get to the Capitol, learn all the things that we have to learn. I have the honor of being able to lead our Black Policy Institute, which is recognized federally for the first time in New Mexico history that we are influencing national policy. Raise your hand if you're a part of that collective. Yep. Yay. Okay. And so we're doing that work. And so our very first policy that we wanted to introduce was for the natural hair braiders and natural hair stylists, locticians, and so forth to be exempt from barbering and cosmetology in the state of New Mexico. We would be the 36th state to pass that legislation, and that will allow for no more fines, no more shutdowns, but that our communities can actually open their companies and go through all of these things to be able to be strong business owners and bring economy into their own homes and to our communities, and also build wealth. Because if you can't actually show the documentation, I've been in business, I generate this much income, now I can buy the house, now I can buy the car, now I can go and own the strip mall, then you're being blocked by yet another barrier. So decades of this injustice need to be corrected. So House Bill 281, call your legislative representatives, those lawmakers, email them, flood them, and say we need this bill to pass this year, okay? So we're gonna head out to the hearing, which is in like 2 seconds. And thank you for letting me share that.
Absolutely, it's huge. I don't think you guys get how big this is. What this means is that right now, if you want to have a braiding operation, like a business to braid hair, right? You're not doing anything else, you're braiding hair, right? You have to go to cosmetology school to legally open a business in New Mexico for that. But in cosmetology school, do they teach braiding?
No.
No. Do they teach black hair, natural hair care? No. So what do we got to go to their school for to teach what we know how to do for ourselves? Right? And that's what this legislation will do. It will mean when I take my daughter to get braided, she don't got to go to someone's house in the apartment around the corner and down the street in secret and hiding to get her hair braided. It's deep, it's serious. So please go to the legislation, go just Google state legislature, type in your address, find who your rep is, their contact information is there, email, call them. I'm telling you it works. If we flood them halls with us, and that's what this team is doing, they will listen. And they're gonna get this done.
So if before we run out of time completely, we're wondering if everybody from the Jimmy Collective could stand up. Because
Yes,
the room
other
is
members.
full of us. Yes, the room is full of
Thank you all so much. You have more?
That's
Okay,
it. I just
awesome.
want to acknowledge my fellow folk.
Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause as they go out to change the world. All right. Thank you. You can leave it.
Oh, man.
All right, so let's see. Next on our schedule, we're going to go ahead and take a break. We have some, next up, we have financial management. Very important session, so we'll take a 15-minute break.
Thank you. No, you're not. That's never just. Is that over? Just. You know what made things?
Sorry, I need you. I need you. Got to You would like to have information?
Yes, oh yes.
I'm sorry, right and left hand.
Okay. If you need 2 feet, I got
I never seen her before. I never seen her before. Nope, never seen her before.
She's been with me since September. We've been organized together for years.
If I touch your hand, you can slap me. Look at it. I knew
No, see, that's how you get slapped.
You would have knocked him. See, I'm brother.
So here's what I'm used to trying to figure out.
Yes.
I didn't know the secret.
Yes, absolutely. What type of
So I do the pyramid for builders out here in the ranch. So that's my question too. So my business is based here in the ranch.
Yes, absolutely. If you email us, we'll get you like a city government, and then what we do with that is we just put you on the system. So anytime they're making that list for those vendors, you'll be on that. Oh, yeah.
All right, y'all. We're going to start transitioning. We have our financial empowerment here in the main auditorium. And then we have entrepreneurship, the struggles and successes in our breakout room. So we're going to start in about 2 minutes, either here in the main auditorium for financial management with Darlene Hawkins, or a panel on entrepreneurship, the struggles and successes in our breakout room. 2 minutes. Email me.
Do the one pager. I want to fund that. I want to fund anything to do with youth empowerment, mentorship. I want to put together a cohort of mentorship programs. We did it before. We did it. I was working with equity and inclusion with youth. We did. Is that mine? Thank you.
So what, I'm getting funding from the legislature to do a mentorship, and so I want to fund groups who can build a collective kind of like this, but for mentorship for kids.
Okay, yeah, because I was telling you, you could speaking about just outlines and guidelines and things that correspond to other organizations like me.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying to understand what that's all about because my organization started in 2001, we've been born, but I'm getting coaches and stuff like that, and other mentors and things like that. But I really want to get it off the ground. It's like I'm kind of struggling to get it off the ground, get it in the right direction. But we've been actively part of the community for the last 2 or 3 years, and so I really want to support my coaches and the players that we train with.
Absolutely, especially when we just, I have my work, my brain is swirling, there's so much you can.
All right, so just call your
Yep,
contact.
just email us, and just work on a one-pager.
Okay.
What funding, what you use that funding for, how many kids you can help with that funding.
One last thing, that you guys, there are opportunities to like use facilities and stuff like
So
that?
the city, I can rent any of our community centers, any of our parks, events, all of those are open in our community to anybody. So we can absolutely do that. And that's why we took the mentorship program before, it's called It Takes a Village, and we put it in the So we can do the same thing. Yeah?
Thank you so much.
Daniel. Cool, awesome. All right, we're gonna start our next session. Now this is gonna be so valuable. You definitely don't want to go anywhere for this one. So we have Ms. Darlene Hawkins, who is gonna talk to us about essential tips for managing your finances. Now I met Darlene during my time at UNM Hospital. She was also at UNM Hospital. And we definitely bonded. She would always talk me down working in that institution. It was a lot. So, but I didn't know when she was working there that this was her background. Her background is financial management. And I'm just excited for you to learn from her. And so help me welcome Ms. Darlene Hawkins.
Thank you. Good morning. I hate this microphone, so if I get away from it or whatever, y'all excuse me. I'm Darlene Hawkins. As Nicole mentioned, we work together at UNM Hospitals. Financial management and accounting has always been my passion. Once I retired, I was able to work more closely with the chamber. I handle the accounting for the chamber. Also have a small business accounting firm as well. So what I want to do today is just kind of talk to you a little bit about basic accounting for small businesses. You know, as a small business owner, you wear all the hats, right? And so any day of the week, you've got 10 balls in the air trying to figure out what you're going to do next. And a lot of times, the accounting is the one that doesn't get the attention that it deserves. And unfortunately, not keeping track of your accounting or your cash flow can be the thing that can bring you down before any of those other ones. So I just like to keep it really, really basic in terms of what we're going to talk about today. And then, you know, keep it more conversational than the presentation. So if you have questions, just feel free to ask them. We're not going to have a formal question and answer at the end. Whatever you have, we can deal with at that point. I just want to make some things, share some information with you that maybe can help you in your day-to-day. So again, I work really closely with the chamber. I just wanted to plug a few of the programs that we have going on right now that could be of interest to you, that you could benefit from. The first one is our Small Business Success Program. And in this program, all you have to do is be a member of the chamber. When you're a member of the chamber, you fill out an intake form that can be found on the website, which is referenced there. And what we do there is we're able to offer some resources to you, one of them being some accounting assistance. We can do that as well. We can offer the services of trying to get you up on the web, get you some web presence. We have a contractor that we work with that can help you with that, as well as if you want some help with your business plans, help with certifications, we can do that as well. So again, all you need is just to be a paid member of the chamber. Go online at that web address and pull down the form, and then you upload it from there as well. So go ahead and do that. That's a good opportunity for you, and a lot of people have taken advantage of it. The next thing we have are microloans. This is something that we just started in the last few months. We partner with Nucinda. This is a really good program. Again, you need to be a member of the chamber, but we're offering, the chamber is offering, partnering again with Nucinda, microloans anywhere from $250 to $10,000. You can go ahead and apply again and get more information at the website. It's an excellent opportunity. They use credit, but it's not a factor in terms of determining who gets those loans. It's 5%, which is an excellent interest rate. Again, the chamber administers it, but it is facilitated through Nucinda. So you would make your payments to Nucinda. They'd be the one that be taking care of that. But it's a good opportunity. So go ahead and go to the chamber website and look that up. And again, we take applications for those on an ongoing basis. So go ahead and look at that and get more information. We have grants. We just started doing this the last quarter of last year. This is such a good opportunity. You know, a loan is one thing, but a grant is something totally different. A grant, you don't pay back what your loan you did. So the only stipulations for these grants that we have is that you be at least 51% Black owned, your business has to be, and that your business be registered within the city of Albuquerque. You can go online again at the website and get your application. Now the thing with these, we only take applications the first month of each quarter. So we took them in January, we will be making awards in March, we'll start again in April, taking the applications. So we just do it that month. If you miss out, you have to wait until the next quarter. But again, this is a grant, and there's some stipulations in terms of documents that you have to upload, but it's a grant. So grants are really good opportunities, especially for small businesses, because it gives you some funding that you can use that you don't have to worry about paying back. So again, if you go to the website and look under the resources section, you'll see more information as well as an application. And again, we'll be taking applications again starting in April. So now we can get to the good stuff. So what I try to tell fundamentally small businesses is, even though it's you got to keep your business and your personal separate. And sometimes it's really hard because it's the same person. So you run into Walmart to get some supplies. I'm gonna get some milk, and then I'm gonna go here and get some paper for work. You need to keep those separate, because that paper is a business expense, that milk is not. But a lot of times we don't take the appropriate business expenses because they get merged too much. So if you think about it, if it's somebody else's business, if it was somebody else's business for work, you wouldn't pay for that. You'd get a receipt and get reimbursed, right? So it's the same thing. We don't think about it a lot of times that way. And so, you know, paper here one time and pencils here another time and something else, it adds up. And what that means is that you've lost out on your business expense. So just think of it as somebody else's business, keep them separate. That also means having a separate business bank account. You need to do that. So anything that comes out in terms of an expense needs to come out of that business bank account. Now, if for some reason you do have some personal expenses that you use for business, you need to get reimbursed for those. So those become a business expense. So you really need to think of it as a business, however small it is, or however large it is. Think of it as a business expense, keep it separate. That's gonna help you at the end of the year as well to be able to separate everything for your tax purposes. Do you have any questions on that? So let's talk about budgets. Budgets are essential to having a healthy business moving forward. There's just no way, it's almost like this. If you walk into a room with the lights off, you can probably get around, and you can bump around because you know where things are, but wouldn't it be a lot easier if you had the lights on? So a budget is gonna help you to be able to navigate everything. It's gonna let you know forecasts in terms of how much money you think you have coming in, how much is going out, and to be able to track that. And so that's where you have to start. Budgets are not set in stone. You can start someplace and then modify that as you go, but you absolutely have to have a budget. So you want to start with a budget, and then you also want to end with a budget. It's really that simple. They don't have to be complicated. You may have one line for income, 2 lines for expenses, and then another line for your net income or loss. So they don't have to be, they're not scary, they're not complicated. They can get as complicated as you need them to be, but you have to start somewhere. So some of the things you want to include in a budget is fixed costs like your rent, utilities, that type of thing. Any variable costs are going to be office supplies, maintenance, things like that. Unexpected expenses. So you want to have a line item for miscellaneous, because for sure things are going to come up that you don't budget for. You want to put that in that line. Also for savings, because you know that things come up. So you need to have a line for savings just in case, kind of like an unexpected expense. And then an emergency fund. You want to have an emergency fund, again, for things that come up that you don't plan for. And then after you have your budget, you want to be able to track those expenses. So a budget is only as good as it is functional. So you can have a budget and never track it, and then it's not going to be helpful for you at all. So what you want to do is to go ahead and track your expenses. Again, it doesn't have to be complicated. You don't have to go and get a QuickBooks account. If for some reason you want to just put it on an Excel spreadsheet, you can do that. Basically, you want to track what comes in and what goes out. And so just think about doing that on a weekly basis, maybe on a monthly basis. But it'll give you something to tie back to your budget, but also to let you know, it'll take the temperature of where you are. Are you where you need to be, or do you need to be someplace else? This will help you to do that. But you have to track it. Sometimes it's ugly. Sometimes it's not what you thought it was going to be. It's not the direction you want to go. But by tracking it, you're able to fix that in real time and get to a better place if that's what you need to do. Sometimes it's a surprise in a good way. It's like, okay, I didn't know I was doing that well, and maybe I can increase some of my line items, or the other way around, you might have to decrease some of your line items to get to where you need to be. The only way you can do that is to track it. Don't be afraid of it. You know, it's sometimes it is ugly, but it's necessary. Do you have any questions? I know you have questions. That's it. And then also too, you want to monitor your cash flow. So cash flow it's the lifeblood of your business. You can't buy things without having money to purchase it. And I always say this: once you've established a budget, spend to your budget and not to your bank balance. So what a lot of people do is they'll call Bank of Albuquerque and they say, I got $10,000. That's what I'm spending today. You got $1, right? Because a lot of these things haven't come in, and your budget says you have $1, so you have $1. So don't get in the trap of doing that, because some things are late coming into the bank. Some things don't come in for a long time. Sometimes don't come in at all. So if you get in the habit of calling the bank every morning, good luck with that. It'll work for a little while, but not for a long time. A budget will allow you to get a true measure of where you are, not your bank balance. Does that make sense? Sometimes you get happy when you call the bank. You're like, I'm rich today, just for that day. Again, cash mismanagement is going to be a reason for downfall. If you're out there, I know it's important for you to do what you need to do to make your business successful in terms of your task, but you got to understand that cash is what fuels all that. Because if you don't have the cash to fund what your dream is, it's just going to be a dream and it could be a nightmare. So you really have to make sure that you focus on that cash part of it, because that's what's going to get you to the next level. So another way that you can make your cash flow healthy, you want to invoice promptly. So you go out there and you perform a service. Come back that day or the next day and invoice. You know, it's got anymore where even from your phone you can invoice. Get that invoice in, because very few people are going to call you and say, where's my invoice? If you don't invoice, you're just adding time to what most people are not going to pay right away. So the quicker you invoice, the quicker you can get money into your account, again, to get your cash flow in a positive direction. You can negotiate favorable terms with your vendors. So sometimes they allow you to pay, you get a discount if you pay early. You might want to offer a discount to your customers if they pay. It's just, everything's a negotiation. But again, you need to know what's coming in, what's going out, and stay on top of that in order for you to have a healthy cash. Cut unnecessary expenses. So the way you do that is to, again, look at your budget. if you think that you're gonna spend $500 a month for office supplies and you're at $750, what's going on? Was it a one-time thing that's gonna make me be $750 this month and I'm gonna fall back next month? Is it a new expense? Or is this just, I fell in love with this thing I saw and I bought it and I shouldn't have bought it? So, you know, that happens. So what you have to do is be realistic. You know, at some point you'll get to the point where you can get everything you want. I promise you'll get there, but maybe not today. So you need to keep an eye on your expenses, track them with your budget. It could be, is your budget realistic? If your budget's realistic and your spending is off, you gotta see what the problem is. If your budget is not realistic and your spending is more realistic, you need to adjust your budget. So it's just a back and forth. You know, you're the best people that know what your expenses are. And sometimes when you're doing your budget, you have an idea of the way things should be, but then as time goes on, it's a lot different one way. So you just want to keep on track. Because at the end of the year, you really don't want any surprises. You don't want to say, I wanted to make $1,000 and I'm in the hole 5. What happened? So you really want to be, if you want to, at the end of the year, your budget says you can make $1,000, you make $1,500. That's about right. You just want to keep that where you don't have any surprises. That makes sense? And again, I always talk about cash reserves. Something's going to happen. I remember my daughter was in school, in high school, and they had to take a class. And then every month they had to pick into a basket and pull something out that was an expense. So they would pull out the car, they would pull out the heater went out. So every month they had to try to fit that into their budget. And it's not wrong, because as much as we plan, there's always going to be something. There's always going to be, it could be something small, it could be something big. So you always want to have something. Sometimes you don't have enough in your emergency rainy day fund, but you want to have something so that you're not just out. So just to keep that in mind, something's going to happen. We just don't know. We don't know how much and what it's going to be. Financial statements. So financial statements are going to give you an idea of where you are. With the balance sheet, it's going to be any date, whatever day and time. So as of the end of the month, it's going to give you a statement on that. Profit and loss statement is going to be over a period of time. So what you want to do is monitor that. Now, you need to know what they are and what they mean. You have to. So when you go to a bank and they ask you for a financial statement, you have to be able to talk to that. It's just an accumulation of what you've done, your transactions over a period of time. You have to know. Sometimes you look at it and it looks like Greek, because they're just numbers that are put there, but you have to know. You don't have to necessarily prepare your own financial statements, but you have to know what they mean. So if you have an accountant that's doing that for you, when you guys sit down, you need to be able to ask them, what is this? What does it mean? How does that impact me? Because a lot of times as small business owners, we just say, I don't want to deal with that. Just do it. But at the end of the day, guess who's going to get in trouble if it's not right? You. So if you don't want to deal with it now, you're going to have to deal with it at some point. I say deal with it now. You don't have to have the full CPA knowledge of what it is, but just as a general knowledge, you have to know what that means. How much money did I bring in? How much did I spend? What assets do I have? What liabilities do I have? What equity do I have? And that's what's going to be showing you on your balance sheet and your financial statement. You have to know. I can't stress that enough. Because what happens a lot of times, and you've seen it, is people get in trouble and they blame their accountant. Okay, but what part did you play in that? You're not asking the right questions, or you're not asking questions at all. And look, you can trust people, you should trust people, but it should be a healthy trust. So yeah, I understand what that is, and you go ahead and do that, but if my name's on it, I have to understand what it is. Financial statements is something that you have to understand what they are, what they mean. Was that too harsh? No. Okay, all right. So let's talk about tax filings. You want to stay up to date. So we have some things that are due monthly. If you do your CRS, your gross receipts, that's due monthly. It can be due monthly, it can be due quarterly, it can be due semi-annually or annually. Most times monthly. And the thing about CRS, for example, you can pay it late, but why you want to give somebody some money they don't have coming to them? They'll gladly take it. But all I'm saying is just be on top of that. If it's due on the 25th, 24th at 11:59 is okay. You don't want to do that. But I'm just saying you're going to have to do it at some point. Go ahead and put that on your calendar to do it. And don't give anybody any more money than they have coming to them. And at some point, it's going to happen. The longer you wait, the more you're going to have to spend. So that's just for the state. You have your federal payroll taxes that are due quarterly. You also have estimate payments that are due quarterly and semi-annually at some point. And also you have your yearly tax filings and your payroll tax reports that are due. So just have a calendar and put that on if you're responsible for it. If your accountant's responsible for it, they should be getting that to you on a timely basis. But just be aware and stay on top of that, because the thing about tax, you're not gonna avoid it. It's not gonna. I don't know one person. Maybe y'all know somebody that has gotten away with not filing the way and out of jail. Let's put it like that. So you're gonna have to do it. Just embrace it. Get it out of the way. That's one less thing you have to think about. I would say just make that something that's a priority for you and very important. So. And then what you want to do too is plan for your taxes. So if you see last year you owed money and you're in the same type of situation this year in terms of your income levels, you might want to set a little money aside so that during the year, at the end of the year, you have that money to pay for the taxes, and it's not going to be an undue burden on you. If you're making more money, then you're going to need more money in taxes. So you just want to monitor financial statements, and budgeting and tracking is going to help you to do that. At the end of the year, you don't want to have a whole bunch of money coming back, and you don't want to necessarily owe a lot. So you just have to monitor during the year to make sure that you're in line with where you should be. Any questions? So I just put this little listing together to kind of give you an idea of where you should be on a weekly, monthly, quarterly, and annual basis. So if you look at your daily to weekly, that just depends on how much time you have. If you have time to do it every day, that's good. If not, probably once a week. You want to make sure you record all your transactions. Everything that you've done in terms of money coming in terms of money going out. It's pretty simple now because a lot of people don't write checks. So you can just pull your bank statement to see where you are. Go online to see what's going on. Is that in line, with what you thought it was? Have you used your debit card a few more times than what you thought, and now those are coming out? You can do that on a weekly or daily basis and get caught up. You want to file your reports, your receipts. A lot of people are using more computers, and so we don't have paper anymore like we used to. But you want to make sure those are in a place that you know where they are. And you can do that on a weekly basis or a daily basis even. You want to pay your bills. You probably won't do this daily, but you want to do it monthly or weekly to make sure that you stay on top of where you are in line with your budget and make sure that you don't have any past due bills if you can help it. Sometimes you got to rob Peter to pay Paul, I understand that, but you don't want to sit on any bills unnecessarily that you can pay right away. It just gives you one less thing to have to think about it. So you can do that on a weekly or a monthly basis. And again, invoicing. Like I said, very few people are going to come knocking on your door and say, I owe you money. So you got to make sure you're on top of that. And then once you invoice, you start the clock. So the sooner you invoice, the sooner you can start the clock, the sooner you can get your money. So monthly, you want to reconcile your bank account. That's really important because, again, you may have some expenditures that you didn't realize you had. You forgot to use your debit card. Some things came through automatically that you didn't realize. By reconciling your bank account on a monthly basis, that'll keep you straight. Could be some bank errors. They charged you incorrectly. They charged you twice. They made a check come through twice. The way you figure that out is to reconcile your bank statement on a monthly basis. If you use QuickBooks, that's what I use. They have a really good tool there that helps you reconcile. Again, it just makes you accountable for the things that went out and the things that are coming in that match your books with the bank. Again, you want to look at the people that owe you money. Are they up to date? Do you have to do some digging to make sure that you get your money from them? So that's something you want to do on at least a monthly basis. Run your accounts receivable aging report, and you'll see who's current, who owes you money, and for how long. And then just make a phone call. Sometimes maybe they didn't get your invoice. Sometimes they're just sitting on it waiting for you to call them. So you need to do that on a regular basis so you can get your money. Again, that's going to impact your cash flow. And then you want to make your tax payments. Is it a weekly thing? Is it a monthly thing or quarterly? You want to make sure that whenever those are due, that you do that, because again, you don't want to get in a situation where you owe money, penalties and interest. It's just money you're giving away, and you don't want to do that. Quarterly. So if you're doing your 941s, your federal payroll taxes, those are going to be due on a quarterly basis. You get with your accountant, or if you're doing it yourself, or if it's in a program, go ahead and generate those reports and get them out. You shouldn't really owe anything on a payroll tax type situation, but you need to file those reports. So go ahead and get those done. On a quarterly basis, maybe quarterly or maybe every 6 months, look at your financial statements. What do they look like? Are they in line with your budget? Are they in line with your expectations? If not, maybe you need to do some editing or adjusting to make sure that where they are is where you think they should be. Maybe you have some income that you didn't know at the first of the year that you anticipate that you can add to that. But again, at the end of the year, you don't want any surprises. That's the main thing. Whatever is you see on your financials at the end of the year is kind of in line with what you started with and what you thought. The way to do that is to be able to monitor your financials on a regular basis. And then quarterly, if you have any estimated tax payments, you can go ahead and make those as well. Yearly, if you're doing your own payroll, you need to do your 1099s or your W-2 forms. And then you file your annual tax returns on an annual basis. What questions do you have about any of that? Right. So my next slide is to let you know that maybe if it gets a little overwhelming to you, you might want to consider getting a professional to do all that we talked about for you. And I'll just tell you, it's completely up to you. Some people want that control and they want to do it themselves. Some people have the time to do it. But I just wanted to let you know that these are some benefits to getting somebody to be able to help you. This takes a lot of time. Depending on how busy you are, it can take hours and hours away from your schedule that you can be out there generating more money. So, you know, there's a cost involved, but you have to look at cost and the benefit. Is it worth my time? Is my time more valuable out in the field than sitting in front of this computer? Maybe, maybe not. So that's just something that you can look at to say, you know, I can save myself a lot of times. I can have somebody else doing this and I know it's going to be right. I don't have any questions. It's just a personal decision, but it's just something I wanted to bring up. An accountant also will keep you updated with your records and finance, so you can, at any point in time, you can call that person and say, what does my financial statement look like? They should be able to be as current as you've kept them in terms of keep giving them information. And then it won't be something that you have to say, okay, let me see, make sure I enter that, make sure I did that. They can keep that up to date and they can also advise you on what the numbers mean, where you're going, your forecasts and that type of thing. So that's just another added benefit. They're going to also keep real detailed financial records for you. I can tell you, I've had people come into my office with trash bags full of receipts and that type of thing. That's okay. An accountant is not gonna, he's gonna go through your trash bag for you and make sure everything is detailed and you're okay. So you don't have to worry about what trash is, you know, my office supplies receipts in. So that's just something that's gonna give you a lot more, you're gonna rest a little bit better at night knowing that everything that they have is detailed and you don't have to worry about that part of it. And then also too, what I also say too is when you have somebody doing it or when you're doing it right, it gives you a true picture of where you are. You know, everybody think their baby's cute, you know, and sometimes baby's not cute. And so somebody needs to maybe take care of the baby sometimes. And so, you know, that's what, when you do this right or somebody else does it, it gives you a true picture. You can have in your mind what you think you want to happen. You can have in your mind what you would love to have happen, but the numbers don't lie. They never have lied one time. And so what you want to do is be able to have a true picture of where you are. Again, an accountant can do that for you. You can do it for yourself if you do it correctly. But at the end of the day, when you walk into a bank and you have your financials, you want to be able to give a true picture of where you are, rather than saying, don't worry about the numbers on the page, let me tell you what I think. And then like, you don't get out there, you know, go now, you know? So that's the thing. You want to have a true picture of where you are. Having good financials, having good record keeping is going to be what it takes to get you there. So these are just some things I came up with. I try to keep it real basic, really basic, because it doesn't have to be hard. It can get real hard, but if you don't start at the beginning, it's going to get hard before it needs to. Yes, ma'am.
What's the technical difference between an accountant and a bookkeeper? Someone has a small.
Yeah, so for mostly bookkeeping is kind of basic. You're basic. Not a lot of bookkeepers get into really tax filings or tax returns or that type of thing. So it just depends on what you're looking at. So you can get maybe a bookkeeper to get you up to a financial statement, and then you can take that financial statement and go to a CPA and then make into your taxes. Some bookkeepers do taxes. Some accountants don't do bookkeeping and only do taxes and that type of thing. So it just depends on what you're looking for. But you can't go wrong by starting with the bookkeeper. A bookkeeper is going to be less expensive than a full charge account. So it just depends on what you're looking for, how much involvement you want to be involved in, how much you want them to be involved, and then ultimately what you're looking for. If you want to stay with one person and end up doing your taxes, you may or may not get that with the bookkeeper, and you probably would with an accountant. No. Go ahead.
Is there any system you could recommend besides QuickBooks for, for a single member LLC to start a person with the business owner, the employee?
Yeah, I'm just partial to QuickBooks because I've used it for so long, but anything like that, QuickBooks started off pretty cheap and they've kind of gotten expensive over time. So anything basic that's going to handle a basic business, I know there's a lot of them out there now, any types of those programs would do the same thing. And so you might want to just kind of shop around your prices to see what your price range is and what they're offering, but they're, accounting is accounting. And so a lot of times QuickBooks will give you a lot more than what you actually need where you are in your business, but you're gonna pay for it too. So I would just kind of do some shopping around to see which one works best, kind of back into it with your budget. Dan, did you have a question? Okay, yeah, and like I said, you might want to start with Excel, with an Excel spreadsheet, and just start from there. And the main thing is that you account for your transactions, that you're accounting for and tracking them. It's a little bit harder on Excel because you have to put in everything manually that is intuitive in QuickBooks, but you'll get to where you need to be. So if you're not ready to really, right now have that expense, it's maybe something you can look, to the future too, but at least start with an Excel spreadsheet. Yes, ma'am.
So I learned that, and I just think it's important to say, I learned that I know a bookkeeper and a CPA have different responsibilities. So I learned that if you have a good CPA, your CPA will help you to scale your business. Your CPA will help you, tell you the time you're spending too much over here, you need to stop this. They help you out. But as long as we've been in business, I've never had anybody really tell me that until I got this really good CPA.
So Tim, there are people that do it. There are people that do it. Now you have a bookkeeper, you have an accountant, and you have a CPA. Not all accountants are CPAs. The higher you go up here, the more money you'll spend. Okay, so and a CPA a lot of times won't do bookkeeping because it's not they charge it's going to cost too much. So, but if you get a good bookkeeper, they can help you because what they're going to do is they're going to produce a financial statement and it's right there, and you're going to compare that to your budget. And so it's about it's almost with everything. You got to get the right one. You got to get the right one, and that's hard sometimes. But like I said, the higher you go, the higher you're going to spend. And you can probably get a CPA to do what a bookkeeper does, but you're going to pay 2 or 3 times as much.
That's what we have now. Our CPA does all that.
So I made,
they're out there.
I made that statement just to say that you can have a bookkeeper, you can have a CPA, you can have an accountant, but they all have different responsibilities, and it's important that as a business owner, what your expectation is from
Right. That's exactly
because sometimes people will just take your money.
They love to do it. They love to do it. And so you got to understand, you're in charge. So it needs to be what I needed to do. And if you can't do it, then somebody else will. And it's nothing against them and nothing against you. But I need you. You might want somebody that's going to do your bookkeeping all the way up to your taxes. You'll find somebody to do that. You may get somebody that you're doing some of it and you want them to do some of it. You'll find somebody to do that. You might find somebody that you say, I don't want to look at it. They'll take care of that as well. So you get to drive the bus.
And that's not a good idea.
It's not.
Just say, because God has blessed us many years for us to just pay somebody to do our stuff, and then you don't have the knowledge of. You see what the numbers and stuff are, but it's like, you've been able to deliver your business with your business plan. You have to be able to explain that.
Exactly.
And where you're going.
Exactly. And if it's not right, they're gonna come knock on your door. You can't tell them, oh, you got the wrong person. No, I got the right person. And so you have to be like I always say, you don't have to do it, but you have to understand. Now, I don't clean my house, but I can. Right? Okay, I don't want to clean my house, but I can. Okay, so the thing is too, you have to have an understanding of what it is. Because if you go to a bank, you're not gonna bring your accountant in there to explain that.
No.
Not all the time, maybe on a high level, but even if you do, you have to understand what's going on. How did you get to this point? What did your budget look like? How did you vary from your budget? And when you run these financial statements, you want to run a cost versus, actual versus budgeted financial statement. Because you want to see where you are. And you have to understand why there are changes. So at the end of the year, you thought you spent this much, you spent different. Why? Why did I? And do I need to adjust the cost of the budget, or do I need to adjust my spending? And like I said, you got to get out of your mind what you think. It ain't about what you think. It's about what it is. Because you can go in there with these high dreams and it don't matter if it's not on the paper. So you have to understand that. And there's a lot of people, I have a lot of clients that say, I don't want to look. I was like, you have to look. I don't want to know. It's ugly. It's real ugly, but it can get cute. But it's not going to get cute without you making some, So that's the thing. And so you have to have somebody that's honest with you, that you feel comfortable. It's almost like a doctor that you feel comfortable with, that's going to live up to the expectations that you have of them. And there's nothing wrong with that, because if that one didn't work, there's somebody right down the street that you can try. So it's not a shortage of people that can give you that. It may be a little burdensome to try to find that person, but that person's probably looking for you too, because not all business is good business. Because just like you have people you don't want, we say, no, thank you. No, thank you. So it has to be a give and take, and both people have to feel good about it. It's not about the money, because at the end of the day, it's not even worth the money you give me, or it's not worth it, because it's not working. And what you're not going to do is say it was me. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. You have your responsibility, I have mine. And so it has to be a mutual. What else? What other questions do you have for me? Nothing? Okay, well, thanks so much. I appreciate your time. Again, please go to the website, and if you have questions about any of our programs, there's a number as well as an email address there that you can go ahead and use to get additional information. But we have a lot of programs at the Chamber that can help people in your situation in terms of small business owners. Thank you.
Mr. Coach, can you announce if anybody's found a phone?
Thank you. Someone else just told me that. We are missing a cell phone. So if anybody finds a cell phone, please bring it over here or to the back. All right. We'll give it up for Miss Darlene one more time. I personally think this room should have been full for this. And so we did record it, so I know people can still watch it. And as Ms. Hawkins said, she also has a small business doing this services for other businesses. So definitely, if you're in need of these services, get with Ms. Darlene, definitely. All right, well, let's see, we are at 2:30, so we're a little ahead of schedule. So next we have our break and light snacks. But the other panelists, they're still not finished yet, so we're just gonna do some raffles. Should we do some raffles without everybody else? We have enough. I mean, shh, don't tell. All right, let's get your raffle tickets out. Let's see. Now we're really gonna see if we can get less people in the room. 185. Not even close. 186. 185. Everyone's like, we didn't come that early. We didn't come that early. We in the 200s. Okay, I'm not gonna look. Okay, 259. Really? Woohoo! 259. Come on up. We have a beanie for you and a tote bag that matches your shirt. Yeah, give it up for Brian, helping us with all our audio, visual, and our videography. Yay, thank you so much. Yes, thank you. All right. Let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, let's do another one. Let's just do another one. Shh. Here we go. Okay. 199. 199. Woohoo! All right. Ooh, that's heavy too. I don't know what's in that, but it's heavy. There we go, Miss Kimberly. Yay! Give it up. Yay! Okay. All right. So we're gonna just give our some time for the panel or for the other panel to finish. I want to get to know y'all. Some other folks, let's do some, just get rid of this mic and let's just talk, right? Just some talking. We just need to talk. How are y'all feeling in these days? Yeah? Tired, right? Rest is resistance. Everyone definitely in business, make sure you have that day of rest. That's for sure. Now, I want to hear, what do y'all do for self-care? Who wants to share what they do for self-care? See? You shower? Well, that's what you're supposed to do. But that's true. Sometimes that is half the battle. Getting up and getting dressed. That's weird. I appreciate that. What else? What do you do, Miss Williams? Ooh, go to Mariposa Park. Green space. Yes. Yes. I love that. Green space. Mm-hmm. What else? What else do you do for self-care? Exercise. Yeah, don't do that as much. I need to. Yes, I do need to. What did you say? We got her self-care over here.
Monique said eat.
I did not. Eat? Eat is, that's my self-care. You are a shopper. Shopping, yes, and I hate shopping, so it's not fun. For me, my self-care is really, for me, spending time with my babies. Like, if it's true quality time, like I'm not doing the mom thing, I'm just like get to hang out and like sit on the couch and watch a movie or do Play-Doh or walk the dogs. That's cuddle time. My have a 17-year-old and a 7-year-old, and every night we have cuddle time still. Even the big old 17-year-olds. We're still doing that. And physical touch matters, right? What else? We're going to keep talking about self-care. All right, let's normalize behavioral health. Who goes to your behavioral health appointments every week? Okay, every month. Word. I go every 2 weeks, 3 o'clock on a Friday. That's where you'll find me, getting my mental health together. So if you aren't doing that, I highly suggest. In our community, we definitely need to normalize going and getting mental health regular appointments. Just like you do for your heart, just like you do for your back, it's the same for your brain, right? Because that's a big, business ownership is stressful, and stress makes you sick, right?
What about laughter? Because laughter makes me stressful.
Yes, laughing is absolutely a good self-care. Absolutely. I like watching comedians. Yes. Who's your favorite comedian? Dave Chappelle. We need Dave Chappelle so much in these times. I love when he is on Saturday Night Live. So we're totally stalling. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up some of our sponsors who might be in the room, because we have an amazing collective of organizations and folks that have supported this. This is our 3rd year organizing together. And I just want to shout out some of our door prize donors. So we have Flower Loop. That's one we haven't done. That bouquet of flowers there is one of them with a gift card. The MLK Commission, State Office of African American Affairs, 9 Mile Teas, Black Chamber of Commerce. Our t-shirts today were provided by a Black-owned t-shirt company called 9 Mile Teas. Yeah, so make sure you go support 9 Mile Teas. Our program graphics were created by Creative Duke, who's owned by Jordan Tate, who is a marketing specialist. So somebody that if you need digital marketing, any kind of marketing, Creative Duke is amazing. Check that out. And then of course our amazing lunch from Bobby's Homestyle Catering. Did y'all enjoy that lunch? Oh my goodness. And I'm not sleepy after either. It's like I feel energized and like ready to go, which means it's good cooking. Very good cooking. All right, so we have some of our sponsors. I know Miss Carla's out there, but we have, let's see, economic development at the city. I don't think anybody in the room is here for that yet. It's okay. It's okay. Beatrice is here though, from Equity and Inclusion at the City of Albuquerque. You want to come up and say a couple words, Beatrice? And as she's coming up, I just have to say, Beatrice is one of my favorite people. I met Beatrice when I was doing census work, and she was working on the census, really to make sure that our communities or communities of color were counted in the census. And our projects, I know, were successful in getting more folks counted. For the Black community specifically, we worked in 7 cities, and we were able to get us from 2% to 1%. Every little bit. And it's not because we're not here, we're just not counted. So help me. And Beatrice is the liaison for Mayor Keller for our immigrant and refugee communities, which also include the African communities. And so during my time there, we worked a lot together in that work. So give it up for Beatrice Valencia.
Thank you so much, Councilor Nicole Rogers, and I appreciate the introduction. I'm here in behalf of the Office of Equity and Inclusion. Dr. Cooper told me, please go and speak and mention and being able to support this beautiful event. The Black Business Expo, how I see it, is just one way that to bring community and being able to bring that space that is so necessary for our Black community to thrive. In the Office of Equity and Inclusion, I want to tell you a little bit about it. We are more than 7 years old in the city of Albuquerque. It was created because the community asked for it. We were able to start this office because of a Kellogg's grant back like 7 years ago. Prior to the name of Office of Equity and Inclusion, this started even before with the Office of Human Rights. But after that period of time, the first office that opened up was Native American Affairs, Immigrant and Refugee Affairs, and later on, the Office of Black Community Engagement. In the last 2 years, we also have been adding the Office of Financial Empowerment with our teammate Vanessa Arbayo. And very soon, there is an office that they are still pending to hire someone from the Asian American Pacific Islander community. So these population offices is a way to bring that voice from every part of the community and say, we understand the part of culture, the part of language, the part of the needs and the wants of every population, and we work together. By working together, we are creating those safe space for our community to thrive. So that's why I'm very happy that today the Black community have this space to talk about business. And knowing that every day there are more and more opportunities for these communities. My co-worker Nima Pickett from the Black Community Engagement, and has been involved in the organization of this event and many other type of things, and the Ojima Collective, that I'm also feeling very proud to see all the members here and that also were part of the panel. And you don't know that this type of projects is part of a project called Living Cities, which means that we can make these communities something special. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I know it was longer than expected, but I appreciate it.
All right, I love it. I love what we do here in Albuquerque, and it don't matter what's happening nationally, it ain't going nowhere. So that's a beautiful thing. So we have, I know we're still waiting for the other panel. Is it finished? Okay, good, because we want to keep moving on and make sure that we go and give some time for more of our sponsors, which is really exciting. So I know we have Gabriela Marquez from the New Mexico Minority Business Development Agency, and they have been absolutely, yes, give it up. Yeah, have been so supportive of the work that's happening in the chamber and in the Black community. And we know, we've heard about your agency, of course, in the national news, right? Because it has the term minority in it, right? So that's a big flashing thing for our current administration. But I know that the leaders that we have in this organization, especially in New Mexico, are gonna 10 toes down, make sure that we have what we need. And I'm so grateful because we do have some fierce leaders here that are really gonna fight for us. So thank you for being here. Thank you.
Of course. So thank you so much for having us here, the Black Chamber, New Mexico EDD. And maybe I'll just share, there's a lot of chaos that's happening. And there's a lot of conversation. What's gonna happen with MBDA? And truthfully, we have not heard anything, but the way that our business center here in New Mexico is operated is that we're under the city of Albuquerque Economic Development Department. And they're very committed to continue the services that we've been offering, independent of the administration. So that is good. Yes, thank you. For those that don't know, the New Mexico Minority Business Development Agency, it's a business center. We have 41 centers across the country, and it's under the Department of Commerce. And when it started in the late 60s, the idea was really to support minority-owned businesses that wanted to get federal contracts, right? That was like the focus. And then years have passed, COVID, lots of evolvements happened in our country. And now actually our services are not independent. If you don't have to be a minority to have access to our services, and you don't have to have a business with revenues over $1 million or not. Right? So we can serve startup businesses. And that has changed a lot of the services that we provide. So, we still have lots of services related to supporting with government contracting. We have monthly or even bi-monthly spaces where we have large anchor institutions like Sandia comes and speaks to our business owners, like one-on-one conversations, right? It's a small group of 10, 15 businesses with, we're gonna have one with US Corps Army of Engineers. We're gonna have one with Kirtland Air Force Base. We're gonna have one with UNM, all these large institutions so that the business owners can understand how you do business with them and what are the steps to actually get a government contract. That's on the larger side, right? We have lots of softwares that we pay for so that there's no charge for the business owner so that they can understand and they can get directly to their email a notification that says, yes, you're a landscaping business, the city is looking for a landscaper, right? UNM is looking for a landscaper. Here is that information, and then we can help you put that proposal together. That's one step, one kind of area of services. The other one is for startups. We get a lot of questions, like most of organizations, about access to capital. Unfortunately, the way that our organization is set up, we cannot do direct funding, but we realize there's a way around it. What we can do is we can pay directly for the services that business owners want. Business owners want to have a new website. They want to have a new logo. They want to have free accounting services. They want to have a videography video, like a video, 90-second promotional video. So then we pay for those services directly so the business owners can have it for free. So if there's any of those services that I just listed that might be interesting to you, come see us, right? We can offer all of those services for free, and they're great professionals that will do excellent work for your business. We also have lots of workshops coming up and lots of one-on-one assistance that we can provide. For example, we're gonna have a using Canva workshop next month, especially if you wanna learn how to do a capability statement that looks nice so you can share with the federal government. If you wanna learn how to do a business card, right? All of those things related to your business. A nice menu, whatever it might be. We're also gonna have a workshop with New Mexico Tax and Rev. That's in 2 weeks from now, about a non-taxable transaction certificate. So you might hear, oh, there's a way that maybe depending on the type of my business, I don't have to pay taxes. Come and learn with this workshop. So anyway, there's a myriad of things that we can offer. And the thing about our agency is that we're very flexible. Once we start hearing from business owners, I don't understand how to do this, I have questions around this, let us know, and we will find a professional to provide those services for free for you. So that's a little bit about us. Come see us, and we're happy to share a little bit more. So thank you.
I know, baby. I won't talk about baby fever. It's so bad. Okay, and then next I see Frankie from City of Albuquerque Economic Development Department. Come on up. And they do a lot of, okay, Cam's gonna come. Sorry, I had a different name on my list. Yeah, even better.
It's okay. I appreciate it. Frankie is a very large part of what I do. Just so you guys know, when it comes to the small business office, it is not just me. It's a group of individuals in economic development from the film industry, where we meet on a consistent basis to do everything we can to help out our small businesses. So overall, what we do is we provide information, resources, support, connections, and a lot of times consulting. We're doing what we can to provide that open door, meaning the access to our small businesses every day of the week. I just want to highlight a couple of people here. Dr. Calvin. So I've been working with Doc for a little bit now. He's got a great product, but he came to our most recent event, and I believe he got a lot out of it. But I'm just really encouraged by the effort that he's putting into himself first and his business. The one thing that we always encourage as business owners is to understand that, yes, there will be difficulties, but as a business owner, one must get up and fight those difficulties. And I've seen him at all kinds of events now, right? Networking, things of that nature. So definitely a success story as he builds himself and builds his business. Now, the other thing that we're doing, we have a new location at 700 4th Street Southwest. The door is always open, okay? And what we're doing now is we are allowing our local businesses to teach courses to our local businesses. So for instance, Sarah will be teaching a class on grant writing. Juperi will be teaching a class as well on AI. She's very educated on AI. I'm like, if you want to know about AI, come to that class. And the cool part is it's free to attend and the city's going to pay them to do it. So now we're able and we're doing what we can to pay our local businesses to teach our local businesses. Okay? So as a unit moving forward, along with the NBDA, we want to make sure that you know that the door is always open. We can always have a conversation, and we will do what we can to provide the resources that you need for your success. Does that make sense? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, that's what we do.
Awesome. I'm going to have Carla Causey come up from the Black Chamber of Commerce, New Mexico. And I want to be like Carla when I grow up. She's got more energy than, woo, and is amazing. Yes.
All right, it's so good to see everybody. Thank you all so much for coming. Tell you a couple of little things right quick about the Black Chamber of Commerce. If you haven't been out at our table, go out and take a look. And before I do that, because sometimes I get so caught up, I forget to do it. The chair of our board, Tana, is here. Tana Traylor is chair of the board. And I can't say enough about Miss Monique Riley. She is the ambassador of all ambassadors, and we just appreciate her so much. She's been here since before 8 o'clock this morning helping us out. So we've got a lot of programs going on. We have our grant program. So our grant program opens the first month of every quarter. We opened it for the first time in October, and we had over 40 applicants, and we awarded 28 grants. We had another one that just opened in January, and now it's March, so those people are going to be hearing about it. You do not have to be a member of the chamber for the grant, but you do have to be in business in Albuquerque, because that's where I got the funding from. But guess what? I'm working to find money so we can do it statewide. So give us a little bit of time. Any kind of for-profit business that you have, you're currently eligible. The team is working real hard to make sure that we can include some nonprofits. We have some information, but just go to the website. We keep the website up to date. We are also doing microloans powered through Lucinda from $250 to $10,000, 5% fixed interest, no prepayment penalty. So we have all of those things available. We're just starting a brand new down payment assistance program. We are just finalizing, thank you, Frankie. We're just finalizing our contract with them. And again, this one you have to be in Albuquerque, but we're working to get some other things going. So we're going to be doing down payment assistance from 18 to 45-year-old Blacks to buy a house. The good thing about it is we are partnering with financial institutions because we're going to be stacking all of the things. So you might get $5,000 from the chamber and $5,000 from Bank of America and $5,000 from Bank of Albuquerque. We want you all to have $20,000 $1,000 minimum when you go in and buy down your interest rates. We have the Cosby Memorial Scholarship Fund just now started, and so we plan to award 2, and I see my time is out. We have one more thing. We have the faith-based health and learning and leadership series that is getting ready to start. And it can be any religion that you want, Buddhist, Muslim, Christian, it doesn't matter. We're going to have a whole leadership cohort. You will get paid a stipend to go. You will take care of and put your program together and then get a stipend to help that. We have the free Black Business Directory anywhere in the state. We've got forms out there. Please fill it out. 99% of our programs require you to be a member, but membership is not expensive with the Black Chamber. If you have 5 or fewer employees, you only pay $100 a year. You pay $100 a year, you don't have a website, we pay the business consultant to develop your website. If you don't have a business plan, we pay a business consultant to sit with you to create the business plan. You need help with marketing, you need help with any of those things, all of that is online. If you're interested, if any of the corporations are interested in partnering with the Chamber, we have our 2025 membership and sponsorship blueprint information out there, along with the benefits for you. And if you'll indulge me for 1 second, we talked about digital marketing. Can you throw up my videos right quick, please, media? Throw up the vaccine equity one first. We're doing vaccine equity, and we can talk to you about it.
My body.
Showing on channel 7.
When it comes to staying well, we all deserve the same care.
Vaccines protect us from serious illnesses, but for some, barriers like hostile locations stand in the way.
That's why vaccine equity matters. Everyone deserves protection.
Staying healthy isn't just about vaccines. It's about proper sleep, nutrition, regular exercise, and managing stress.
Your health matters. Care for the whole person and care for the whole community. So we partnered with KOAT. We pay for this. This commercial is showing between now and June. And we have some other things going on. I know it's time for the next one. And so while the next person is coming up, we were able to partner with 4 of them. And if you'll just show those commercials while I hand it back over to Ms. Nicole. Thank you all so much for coming today and being part of this summit.
Not only during Black History Month, but year round.
Everyone needs a love, no doubt. Any love.
Who's inspired me in my life? Definitely my family. They always made sure that I knew my history. My family's everything. Love is the common denominator in all of us that we strive to achieve.
Join KOAT 7 as we celebrate Black History all this month. Sponsored by the Black Chamber of Commerce of New Mexico.
It's a sound that needs to be heard. You have to hear the heartbeat of Black performers. I like training people to sing. Everybody can sing. You're gonna get more than a song. You'll get my heart.
Join KOAT 7 as we celebrate Black History all this month. Sponsored by the Black Chamber of Commerce of New Mexico.
Your journey and your history is a gift, especially this Black History Month. When we came here as enslaved people and lost our language, music became part of our language. Even in sadness, the voice of music gave us joy. We get to know each other by engaging in our history.
Join KOAT 7 as we celebrate Black History all this month. Sponsored by the Black Chamber of Commerce of New Mexico.
Every story is important, not only concerning Black history, but knowing more about who we are, what we stand for. And it's so significant because it is important that we share our testimonies. Having that connection and having that voice to be able to unite together as one is very powerful. Speak your voice and speak your truth.
Join KOAT 7 as we celebrate Black History all this month. Sponsored by the Black Chamber of Commerce of New Mexico.
All right. Give it up for KOAT. Have y'all noticed more black faces on KOAT recently? You want to know why? Because the lady that runs KOAT now, or for the last several years, is a black woman. So it's a beautiful thing to see us represented when we get leadership that prioritizes us. It's an amazing thing. All right, so we're gonna go to some more of our sponsors. Just scanning the room to see who is in the room. I don't see Director Rito. Do we have Johnny Martinez? No? Okay, that's okay. He is with the VBOC. We're grateful for their sponsorship. Let's see, do we have, David Garcia from Bank of Albuquerque? So we're just gonna shout them out. They're like, we sponsored, we don't have to stay all day. We sponsored. So we'll shout out our sponsors. We have the State Economic Development Department. We have, as you heard from Beatriz, the City of Albuquerque Equity and Inclusion. We have Bank of Albuquerque, Apex Accelerator, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Commission, Office of African American Affairs, Workforce Solutions, VBOC, Small Business Development Center, let's see, New Mexico Tech Council, we have West, we have so many supporters for our event. So give them all a round of applause. And Sandia National Laboratories, that's the other one. Sandia, can't forget Sandia National Laboratories. They have been amazing, and not only for this, but also they help us for Juneteenth to bring hands-on science activities for kids, which is really huge. We love that. All right, so I believe, let's see, Carla went, economic development at the state. Shawnee wants to speak. We have the secretary. Okay. Then we did it. We have another break then, and then at 3 o'clock, 3:10, we're gonna have one of my favorite people, a Rio Rancho counselor and executive pastor, Dr. Carissa Colbreth, who will give us some remarks after our break. So please feel free to grab some snacks. We have the snacks are out. It's a make your own trail mix today for snacks. Of course, make sure you check out the resource tables. And when we come back, we'll do the rest of our raffles. All right, let's do a break. We'll be back at 3:10. Is it on silent? Once, going twice. Next. 224. 224 for Sophia. All right. We got a beanie and notable Black inventors. And that they don't teach us in school about all their inventions. Like the street light, like the super soaker water gun, all kinds of things. Roller coaster. And then can you believe we didn't get to ride on our own invention? Okay. Ooh, this one's nice. Bouquet of flowers and a gift certificate for $25. And this is a Black florist, right? Flower loop. And again, we're doing this so you can support them too in business. All right, so next we have 178. Oh, 178. Awesome, we did it. Look at that. Thank y'all for hanging in there with us. We have our last speaker of the evening, and I'm really just honored to introduce you to Dr. Carissa Culbreth. We met, wow, when I was working at UNM Hospital also. And I will never forget, I heard her speak to a group of students from a program called PATH. And this program was something that we all worked on to make sure we had more African Americans in our health fields. It was right at the beginning of COVID, right? Right at the beginning of COVID. And as an epidemiologist, right, she stood up in front of that group of kids and she said, "This is my Super Bowl." She said, "This is what I was trained for. This is my purpose, and I got you." It was like I got chills all up and down to hear her as a woman of color, a Black woman, as an epidemiologist, to say, like, we were all scared, like, what's gonna happen? And she was like, "This is my Super Bowl. This is what I trained for. This is what I studied for, what I worked for, and I got you." And that is like, I felt excited, I felt like not afraid, and that we did. If we have each other, and if we continue that, even in these times, we're gonna be all right. So help me welcome Dr. Carissa Culbreth.
Thank you. I think I'm the only thing standing between you and leaving, am I? Is that what it is? All right, so I won't be a speaker today. I'm just here to greet you all. This is just such an amazing event. It is so powerful to be able to see all of these businesses represented here in the community, and then to get to know more about the opportunities that we have. Let's just thank real quick Ms. Carla Causey from the Black Chamber and all of her staff that are just doing a fantastic job elevating and promoting businesses of color. I also, I had to ask Ms. Carla, which hat am I wearing? Because I have to figure out which one I'm putting on. But as a city councilor here in the city of Rio Rancho, I can't tell you how important it is for this event to be held here in the city of Rio Rancho, so that we can make sure that the city is aware that we have Black-owned businesses right here in our community, and that we continue to support those businesses. And so that is so important. One of the things that we've been able to do in this city that I'm very proud of is that we have our annual Juneteenth celebration now. And so anybody who is a vendor and wants to bring your business to the community out here in Rio Rancho, please sign up for our Juneteenth vending. It is an opportunity for your businesses to be able to be seen. What we saw in the city of Rio Rancho during the pandemic, when other communities were losing revenue and other small businesses were losing revenue, we actually saw our small business revenue go up in the city of Rio Rancho. And that's because people who, I live in Rio Rancho, once I get up that hill, if I don't have to go back down that hill, I probably won't. And so our small businesses that people hadn't used and hadn't engaged before, during the pandemic, we started to seek them out. And our small businesses in Rio Rancho thrived during the pandemic. We support small businesses here. And so I want to encourage you to
keep connecting, keep reaching out to the city. I know we had some representatives from the city, from our Sandoval Economic Alliance. I hope you keep connecting. I have cards, connect with me, and let's keep doing this together. Thank you so much for being here in the city of Rio Rancho, and I look forward to many more collaborations. Thank you. And, okay, watch me take off one hat and put on another hat. And on behalf of New Covenant Worship Center, the church that you are in today, thank you so much for being here. One of the things that we believe about this building is that if the best and only use of this building is for a place for us to gather for worship on Sunday for a couple hours, we haven't done our job. And so that's why we open up this building to opportunities like this. We open up this building to serve the community. We feed over 125 families every month and give them groceries and food from the Rio Rancho Food Bank. Every month, over 120 families. We make sure we're feeding them because as a church, our job is to be in the community, part of the community, supporting and uplifting the community wherever you are, whatever you may be doing, whatever you look like, whatever you believe, we are here with you. And so that's why we've opened up our space. That's what we do. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you all so much. I just want to first, before we leave, give a shout out to everyone that was on the committee that helped plan. If you could stand, if you were a part of the committee, and get your flowers and round of applause. We have, of course, Neema's gone. She already had to go to the roundhouse. We have Shawnee Harvey in the back running some tech back there too. But we will continue to do this as long as you continue to show up. We will continue to do this every year. And we'll see where it goes next year. I like the idea of moving it around, even though, of course, I'm like, Albuquerque. But I love that because we have representation here in Rio Rancho. So it's amazing. And thank you all so much for coming. We will be emailing you a survey so that we always want to get better at our events. So please do take the time to give us your feedback about the event, so that we can make next year even bigger and even better. Thank you again to all our sponsors, and thank you to everybody who came today. Have a great rest of the week.
They pretty much taking some chairs at 4:30.